State, hearing amazing pitches. better mic. Kind of. Oh, there we go. These teachers are the conduits of innovation and entrepreneurship in their classroom. They get a lot of times people from outside the community to see what's going on in your classroom. And if you're here with the teacher fellow, you're nodding your head. You know exactly what I'm talking about. We are looking for more of those teachers. We have been asked to grow this teacher fellowship because it's those teachers that are leading the way. And honestly, these teachers even talk to themselves, and we have once a month meetups where we're sharing resources. We're also getting a lot of influencers that want to start making calls into their classrooms. So if you know of another teacher that you're like, this resonates with me, we're not looking for a teacher, we're looking for the teacher. And again, the teacher fellows that are here today, they are the teachers. You're going to blush, say, oh, shucks, but like you guys are. We're looking for the teachers, those conduits of amazing things in the classroom. And then also, we have our Alumni Association. Alumni, I see a couple of you here. Hello, yes. Raise your hands in the air. Wave them around like you just don't care. These alumni, one of the things that we really love to do is that we start talking like, well, it's not what you know, it's who you know. Exactly. At your age, you should be knowing people, and we have built up a really unique network where our Alumni Association, a lot of times we're just sharing them with each other. We've made some introductions. We make them towards you. And even like last couple of weeks, last night, there was an Alumni Association meetup. It was at another campus south of here. It's cream and crimson, so we'll not name them by name, but these alumni are taking the initiative to want to carry things forward. How many of you guys take your business idea as maybe juniors and seniors on to college? Maybe not as many, but it's starting that inertia of, I think that I'm onto something. Or you start talking to other like-minded people that you start wanting to invite into the fold. That is the whole point of the Alumni Association. So the fact that you guys made it here today, as a regional finalist, you'll get some follow-ups, and if you want to be a part of our Alumni Association, man, we'd love to have you. We'll have some messaging, we'll have some introductions, but we want to have you engaged. Whether you're a freshman in high school or a senior, we want to make sure that we keep you engaged. And also, quite frankly, our governor and our state leaders are really kindly asking you to consider staying. I taught for several years, and I got a little sick of my students going to Austin, Boston, and San Francisco. There is enough support in this state, and there is a new rejuvenated energy, especially around innovation. We're actually at one of the major hubs for that. So you'll consider, and your mom loves you. Don't leave. All right. So here's the timeline that we've gone through for those of you watching at home. The timeline was this. A lot of you guys got started the first part of the year, and you were asked to be a part of this awesome pitch competition. Some of you started focusing on problems. Some of you guys have gone through several iterations throughout the school year. That's why we give you guys a long time, a lot of teams. This is version 3.0 and 5.0. You had up until February 16th to have the final deadline. We went through thousands of applications, and we relied on some great insights and rubrics and judges for them to have a top 10. You guys have made the top 10 for this region. Congratulations. That in and of itself is seriously amazing. And I know I'll say this at the end. I promise you, it's not about winning today. The fact that you made it here is the thing. You being allowed into the Alumni Association is the thing. We want to make sure that you stay engaged. So whether you're coming first day or not, I promise you some of our best outcomes. Well, heck, we had a student this year that was now in Forbes 30 under 30. He did not win. So it's not about winning. Yes, it's cool if you do, but it's seriously, we want to surround you with this cocoon of support. All right. So, back up. From now until we announced the top 10, we have 6 regions, which means we're going to have 6 champions, but we're going to have 4 at large. Because sometimes the margin of error of what is first and second is so close. So then we go back and look at the raw scores, look at the feedback, and we will be announcing 4 more to go on to the state finals. Also a part of being a top 10, there's an all-expense trip paid to Washington, D.C. We've got an unbelievable lineup this year. It's surpassed even last year's of people that you get to meet in D.C. this year. In May, you're going to be able to refine your pitch a little bit more. We'll be spending some time with you. You'll be bouncing some things off your teacher. Then in June is the state finals in downtown Indianapolis at Butler University. On June 21st, which is June 21st, on June 25th through 26th, as I said earlier, is the Washington, D.C. trip. And man, you'll be able to build a huge network and go over your pitch with some other people in Washington, D.C. All right. Big thank you to Purdue Innovates and having us here at this wonderful location. Again, this is kind of the hub of innovation. Also, the IEDC and your SBDC counselors who have been unbelievably helpful throughout this entire process. The other thing I want to go over is our incentive partners. All Innovate WithIN participants will receive scholarships and incentives from, and you can read them all here. Gosh, let me put on my readers. There is Purdue Northwest, IU School of Informatics, Computing and Engineering, University of Evansville, IKORCC, which is the Indiana, Kentucky, Ohio Regional Council of Carpenters, Indiana Tech, DePaul University, Purdue, Fort Wayne, Franklin College, and Grace College. All of those are going to provide incentives for you just for being here and going through Innovate WithIN. We also want to thank our seed funding sponsors, those who are going to be giving you some seed funding. That is our friends at the Buckingham Foundation. And also to our state final host, which that will be again in June. We'll have it there at Butler University at their auditorium. Also want to thank our state final sponsors, Beck's Hybrids. Members of the Beck's innovation team has actually mentored quite a few teams already, and we appreciate their support and their mentorship. And then next, I would like to show a video from our friends here at Purdue Innovates. Like to welcome up Mr. Doug Applegate to say a few words.
Thank you, Don. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. I'm going to move your talking notes so I don't steal your notes. All right, cool. Welcome, everyone, to students, teachers, judges, supporters, parents, and even the guests joining us virtually. Thank you to all of you for coming, and welcome again to Purdue University. We're not exactly on campus enough, and we're actually close to the heart of innovation that's actually happening outside of the university just as much as what you're hearing and seeing coming from the university. So we're excited to have you and welcome you and hosting STARTedUP Foundation and the team here. A lot of hard work, creativity, and ingenuity has gotten participants this far so far today. And it's going to be those same characteristics that are going to take you further to the next stage. So congratulations to where you've made it today, and the work is not done. You guys still have a lot of road to hoe ahead of you, and we're excited to see some of those pitches this evening or this afternoon, and hopefully see a few of those winners go on to the state finals, which is exciting. As a previous participant, not as a student, but as a mentor, as a judge, as a speaker and presenter to previous versions of the STARTedUP Foundation's Innovate WithIN program over these last few short years has been nothing short of amazing to see what you guys have produced. And many alumni who have participated in this program are students currently at Purdue University, and we're excited to see what is coming up from the innovative minds in the high school ranks, because that directly feeds what's going to happen at the college ranks. And so we're really excited to hear and listen to what you all have to offer and what you've been building and working on to try and solve, or problems you're trying to alleviate. And we're really excited. The commitment to perseverance, the grit, and the innovation that you all have to display and live on your day-to-day going through not only this process but any process moving forward in life is invaluable. And it's awesome that STARTedUP Foundation shines a light on those that are interested in that. To Don's point, whether you're trying to start something tomorrow or something 20 years from now. You never know. Those seeds are being planted today. And so I want to commend you all for getting this far, and certainly want to encourage you to continue pursuing that, continue questioning the problems that you see, continue trying to tinker and build and solve those problems. Your first version is never your last. So I want to make sure that you understand that this is an iterative process, and a lot of things that we'll go into with regards to the Purdue Innovates emphasizes that support and fostering that type of relationship between an innovator, an entrepreneur, and the real world. It's not all academic, and so what you're learning are real life skills, not just what's in a book. So I want to be mindful of that as an entrepreneur myself, and someone who is working with entrepreneurs on a daily basis. Those are invaluable skills that will help push you through and help you get through the tough times, and hopefully keep you a little modest during the high times too. So welcome again to everybody. Just want to go over a few brief bits of information in regards to Purdue Innovates and what we do here in conjunction with the university, as well as working with students, faculty, and alumni, founders, and early stage entrepreneurs. Purdue University and President Mung, who before him, President Daniels, set this initiative off over 10 years ago now to really create an environment for entrepreneurship. Growth from not only the students, faculty, and alumni, but the entire Purdue ecosystem that helps feed the innovation. So whether that is as a startup, whether that's as an employee for a Fortune 500 company, you are all going to be contributing to society, both now and in the near future. So as you continue throughout your journeys, I want to commend you and also encourage you to keep going. So Purdue Innovates, again, we are a part of the Purdue Research Foundation. Just for some history, Purdue Research Foundation has been around for over 100 years as a part of the university as a separate 501c3 that helps work with the university as a land grant organization. So they manage all the land that Purdue University owns, which is the largest landowner in the state of Indiana, for those that didn't know. And we are also at the heart of innovation and trying to help get what is being developed on the university grounds out into the real world. So both here in West Lafayette, as well as the future campus that's going to be opening up in Indianapolis. Some of you may have heard about that. So we are really excited at Purdue Innovates to be a part of that. We are working with all Boilermakers across the ecosystem, as I mentioned, students, faculty, and even alumni. And to feed into the greater mission of the university of working with you at all stages of your education, your life, and your business. Purdue Innovates is broken down as a part of that group into 3 different verticals. We lovingly call it the three-legged stool. Between commercialization and startup creation, these 3 groups, the Office of Technology Commercialization, which is the intellectual property manager and owner for intellectual property coming out of the university. Grad students and faculty, as a part of their relationship with the university, have to disclose any inventions that are developed here on campus. Students, especially in the undergrad ranks, do not. So as a student at Purdue University, we are meeting with several of them on a daily basis, for that matter, all own their own intellectual property. So anything you develop here on campus in the dorm is yours as a student at Purdue University, for those of you that are going to go here anyway. And that is an exciting thing to mention. Not every university does that or is structured that way. But it also is a great opportunity to foster the innovation for you as students, as potential college students at the university, to own what you're building and to know that there are people like the Purdue Innovates team that are here to help support you along the way. So Office of Technology Commercialization, I'm a part of the incubator team, myself and Justin Renfro, our director, who's in the back, and a few others you'll see bouncing around here. We are the leg of the stool that works a lot directly hand in hand with the early stage startups. So whether you're a student, faculty, or an alumni, we are there to help you at these early stages, from an idea all the way to try and get to market, or to receive some sort of funding if that's a route you pursue to take as well. And then lastly, part of that next evolution of the early stage startup journey is potentially fundraising and venture capital and investment. We have a group, the ventures team, that is focused on investing in Purdue ecosystem and connected companies, best and brightest. We don't invest in all, but we certainly invest in what we believe to be valuable and high growth potential. and I'm sure you'll learn more about that along the way. We certainly have a lot of different offerings that we do. Some of our key indicators of success, just to give you some idea of how we operate as a team, collectively and individually. Our three main goals are getting Purdue Technology's license. That's a lot of the Office of Technology commercialization, any new inventions happening on campus. That is their main goal, is to generate that. And we'll go over some stats in a little bit to kind of show you just how good of a team they are. They're one of the best in the world, not just in the state. As well as connecting with Purdue connected startups to help them receive Series A funding or beyond. That is the goal of the ventures team, and that is certainly something that we feed in as the incubator team as well. So we collectively want to see that growth happen. And the most important, not the last on this list, but certainly students interning or getting employed at a Purdue connected startup is one of our goals. That is a university-wide goal too. So that is in complete concert with the university just as much as it is our efforts to make sure that you as students or potential entrepreneurs either are getting the support you need to start your own business, or if you want to join the next Tesla, Apple, Google, we want to help you prepare for that too. So those skills you learn along the way are something that helps the entire university ecosystem feed that mission. Again, talent pipeline, just to not to be a recruiter or to do too much stumping for the university per se. That's not my role, but certainly we have a great pipeline of talent that comes in and out of the university on a yearly basis. We have over 6,000 graduates every year. Those go on to reach great heights in their own business opportunities, as well as working and contributing to society in the whole. Boilers are everywhere across the world, and we have a lot of high succeeding, high achieving, and scholars that are coming out of the university, both coming in and leaving, as whether they're bachelors, graduates, PhDs, or even turning into faculty themselves. So some of the statistics, we are showing some of the things from just the last year or so. Purdue Innovates it started a little over 14 months ago, I believe now, as a part of the mission for Purdue Research Foundation. And the Office of Technology Commercialization has been a mainstay for the last, pretty much since Purdue Research Foundation started. And on a yearly basis, just looking at last year, they receive over 400 invention disclosures from across the university. And out of those, about 150 turn into a license or an option for industry or startups to utilize. So that may not mean a whole lot to you, but that is, in the intellectual property world, that's a big deal. And as a result of that, that's where some of the technologies turn into businesses, which is where incubator team gets involved as far as helping those businesses get off the ground and running. We are, like I said, world ranked top 5 in almost any category as it relates to innovation in intellectual property and even startup growth. So the ecosystem that we work within, we are by no means the center, even though this graph may show you otherwise. We do want to make sure that people are aware of us and are aware of the hub that is available to them as far as resources go. So we work across campus, whether it be with the deans and the faculty and staff, talking with different student groups and different classes, all the way to working with outside partners and alumni groups and other student groups that are in the ecosystem. One you'll hear from later today here in regards to some of the student entrepreneurship activities that are happening on campus and the groups that are fostering that from the dorm rooms all the way to the boardroom. So a lot of different opportunities and a lot of different ways that we connect or can help others, whether that be financially, whether that be through programming and support, or whether it be through intellectual and legal opportunities through the intellectual property side of things. So we have a robust campus, and certainly not going to go into too much detail in regards to each building that we have. There are a lot. So whether you're interested in as students or in the industry-wide side of things, whether it be drug discovery, chemistry, biology, or if it be mechanical engineering, whether it be space and aeronautics, or even if it's entrepreneurship and starting your own business as a CEO, COO, or CFO type, there are the opportunities around campus to learn from some of the best and brightest, and an opportunity to connect with those that are not only academically the best and the brightest, but also in the real world and industry-wide. So I'll breeze through some of these as far as our individual achievements and teams that I've just mentioned in brief. The Office of Technology Commercialization, as I mentioned, is one of the most recent stats, was number 5 in the world in utility patents. In the U.S., we are number 3, only behind 2 other school systems, and those are statewide school systems, the University of California's school system and the University of Texas. So all of their campuses, you think of all the different campuses in those states, Purdue is the only one that is a single campus, well, soon to be 2 campuses, that is number 3 in the world. So in some ways we could say we're better than everybody just because we're smaller but mightier, right? So innovation comes in all shapes and forms. Some examples of what has been developed out of the university from some of the brightest faculty and researchers on campus, whether it be identifying cancer cells, whether it be identifying ways to improve prostate cancer results and medications. There is a robust opportunity and portfolio happening here on campus that if that is something of your interest, certainly should consider taking a look at Dr. Phil Lau and what he and many others on campus have been doing. Our incubator team, as I mentioned, is at the forefront of working with those early stage businesses. We have a lot of programming that we offer throughout the year, whether that be early stage startup programming to kind of understand the startup 101, the foundational aspects of who your customer is, what's your market telling you, what's your revenue model going to be, how do you pitch or do your storytelling for your business or your innovation, all the way to pitch competitions for students. We're getting ready to, this week is a big week for us, we're getting ready to do the Startup Expo on Thursday, which is a culmination of some of the programming that the incubator team has done with New Venture Challenge, which is a student-only business readiness program that culminates with a pitch for prize money. So there will be 5 student teams that are pitching on Thursday that are going to be vying for a top prize of $10,000 for first place, $5,000 for second, and $2,500 for third. So opportunities for students to be able to earn money towards their business and their growth, if that is something they want to pursue, and many more. And so, as I mentioned, the last leg of the stool for us is the Ventures team, which works a lot with Purdue Connected, so students, faculty, and alumni at those early stages and helping them get from startup to scale up. And that is their main goal and initiative. And so some student startups that have successfully come out of the university are just a couple here represented. Some that we're working with today may be next on these slides in the future as well. So really excited to see whether it's software, whether it's hardware, whether it's biomedical, whether it is drug development. There's a lot of development happening here in the university. And I would like to say, just as kind of a quote to close things out, is what you all are doing, as Don mentioned, is trying to figure out a way to make something better. Whether it's improving something, you've identified a gap, right? And that gap leads to an opportunity. That doesn't stop. As I mentioned, it's an iterative process. But what I hope you all take away from this, both now and moving forward, is that fall in love with the problem. If you don't fall in love with the problem, you won't succeed. If you're only looking for the big dollar amount opportunity that comes with solving it, that is superficial. If you fall in love with the problem, you will work tirelessly to figure out a way to fix that. Your first iteration may not be the best one. It may have to happen over time and over years. Sometimes some of you may actually get lucky and hit it on the first one. You would be what a lot of us would call a unicorn in some ways, right? So I love this quote from John Gordon, right? If you don't love it, you'll never be great at it. If you don't love it, you won't work to overcome those challenges and to keep going. If you love what you do, you won't quit when the world says you should. There is something to be said about recognizing when you're running into a brick wall and not continuing to do that, but there's also ways to get around that wall. Whether you climb it, whether you go around it, whether you try to barrel through it. If you fall in love with the problem, it'll be hard for you to get off that problem, right? So keep at it. I'll certainly, if anybody is going to be around on Thursday, we welcome you all to come to the Purdue Memorial Union, where we will be hosting the Startup Expo. You'll see inventors that are happening on campus that we're recognizing, as well as the student startups, some general networking, and some fun to be had all around. So certainly encourage you to stop by, whether you are in the area or not. We'll be around all day. And I will turn it over to Don.
Alrighty. Come on. All right. All right. So at this time, I'd like to introduce the judges. If we can go over that real quick. If you guys want to introduce yourselves real quick.
Hey, good morning, everyone. My name is Robert Uliberry. I'm with Saab. We're an aerospace and defense company, and I lead our aerospace division here in the United States. And real quick, when I say aerospace, people typically assume the car, and why are you not talking about the car? We no longer build the Saab vehicle at Saab, but we do build fighter jets in Sweden. We build submarines, Corvette warships, so quite a few amazing products. And then here in West Lafayette, I've been leading a greenfield startup where since 2020, we've hired 170 people, invested $100 million into the state of Indiana, and doing some pretty amazing things out at the Purdue University Airport. And I'll echo the Purdue Research Foundation is a great institution to work with. And I'll say good luck to all of you. Congratulations for making it here. Thanks.
So I think I'll just start by adding my congratulations. This is tremendous that you've made it to this stage. My name is Dan Dawes, and I have spent my entire life and career in agriculture. And I want to add to Doug's great presentation that the College of Agriculture here at Purdue is ranked 3rd or 4th. And so that's another great option if you're interested in the only industry that touches everyone every single day. It's ag bioscience. And so there's an opportunity for you. Currently, I'm with Agronovus Indiana, which is economic development organization. I also spent a little bit of time here with the Purdue Innovates team supporting ag startups and scale-ups that have come through that system. So good luck to you all.
Good morning. My name is Brandon Noel. I'm the director of Plug and Play Indiana. Plug and Play is an accelerator venture capital firm out of Silicon Valley. We are bringing the Valley from the West Coast to the Midwest here in Indiana. I've been tapped to be the individual to lead and run that. We just launched a MedTech accelerator in Warsaw, Indiana. We are moving forward with an advanced manufacturing hard tech accelerator in Fort Wayne, Indiana. And we will be launching some life sciences, sports tech stuff in Indianapolis. So if you have anything in those verticals, we like to deploy capital at scale. We're backed by 180 other VCs out of the Valley. So would love to talk to any and all of you. Best of luck. I'm telling you right now, you guys doing this is something I could never do. I'm much more suited in this chair. So I commend all of you for coming up here, doing the pitch. Whatever happens, just keep pushing it. Saeed Amidi, the CEO of Plug and Play, he's famously known to say, you know, do what Nike says and just do it. So you guys are doing it. So I appreciate you all. So thank you.
Good morning. I am Anne Marie Murphy, and I am the Associate State Director for Indiana's SBDC, as well as the Director of Small Business for the state of Indiana. I am a multiple-time serial entrepreneur, including a tech startup with an exit. And you guys are killing it. Getting to this point is a big deal. So all the congratulations and best of luck.
Hey guys, my name is Lucas Woody. I founded Next Better, so I'm a performance coach through that space. I also own a couple businesses. What you care about what I do, though, is I am a lecturer for their Certificate of Entrepreneurship and Innovation at Purdue University. Doug does not recruit for Purdue, but I do. So I would love to see all your faces in my classes where we help people do exactly what you're doing today. We help you guys get into the entrepreneurial mindset, and that's what it is. It's a mindset. It's not a job description. It's not a title. It's a mindset. And so if you guys have it, I'd love to have you in my classes one day here at Purdue University. But no matter what, I know you guys are going to crush it in anything that you do in life. So I'm super excited for the opportunity to hear from you guys. Thank you so much for being here.
All right. Moment you all been waiting for. Let's go over the format. You guys will have 6 minutes to present and receive a 1-minute warning from our friend McKenna over here. She'll give you that warning. Then you'll have 4 minutes of Q&A. McKenna will also be timing that and having that 4 minutes of Q&A time. Judges will deliberate during lunch. Awards around 12:45. They will select the first place winner. However, other teams are still eligible. We have one consistent judge across the state. So if you do not come in first, hang on. We will give you some updates later as we're going to be rounding out our top 10. Also, oh yeah, the lunch is provided then afterwards, and judges, if you're also not a judge or a participant, there are some restaurants that are here locally. With that, we're ready for our first team, so we're ready to get started. I guess we should also say that we're going to boil her up and hammer down. All right, so our first team is Measurably MRI from Carmel High School. You guys are up first.
Hello, I'm Maddie Lathrop.
I'm Finley. And I'm Sydney Ladine, and we are Measurably MRI.
So as of 2019, 40% of the U.S. population is considered obese, which equates to 103.3 million people in the United States. Obesity presents a lot of consequences, and the consequence our group wanted to focus on was how obesity affected imaging centers in hospitals. We pulled a quote from Curtis Carpenter, who's a radiologic technologist, who elaborated that $650,000 were lost due to inefficient practices because hospitals had to keep canceling on patients due to them not being able to fit into MRIs.
Yeah, so we wanted to give you guys a little bit of a scenario that shows you this on a more individual basis. So this is our patient. His name is Curtis, and he's coming in for an MRI. And when he walks in, the doctors tell him that he may not be able to fit. They don't really know. And so he goes home. He schedules his appointment for 2 weeks from now. He goes home and he does a little bit of research. And he finds that obese individuals are the most likely to get burns from MRIs. So he's feeling a little apprehensive going into this, but he comes back 2 weeks later, and he also tells them that he is a little claustrophobic. So they decide the best route for him is to go under a sedation. And when he wakes back up, unfortunately, he was not able to fit into this MRI. So he has to schedule another appointment with another hospital 2 weeks from now that has a bigger MRI. Just an overall not good situation for anyone involved.
Yeah, so the negatives consist of wasted time and materials for both the patients and the hospital staff, as well as unnecessary sedation and risk of injury, and overall just inefficiencies across the board.
Right, yeah, so in response, yeah, go ahead.
Furthermore, looking further into the prevalence of burns, they're on the rise as obesity rates skyrocket in America, and they are the most common adverse event to occur in the overweight population in America.
So from these inefficiencies, we have come up with a solution that measures patient geometry pre-procedure. So our design is basically 3 rings that are donut-shaped, and they measure the patient. There are 3 rings because there are 3 MRIs on the market right now, and those are 60, 70, and 80 centimeters in opening. And they are also easily detachable to make it hassle-free and easy to use.
Yeah, so in terms of traction, our team developed a survey that we distributed to 10 medical professionals that ranged from anesthesiologists to physicians. In our survey, we asked questions such as, do you think our product would be beneficial? If they thought our product would be efficient in a hospital setting, and also if they thought they would recommend our product to others. We concluded from our results that 100% either strongly recommended or recommended our product to others, strongly agreed or agreed that our product would be beneficial and efficient to hospital settings. And our results kind of conclude, or help us conclude, that other perspectives also agree that this product would be beneficiary.
Yeah, so our main material that we would use is high-density polyethylene plastic because it's highly durable and also quite affordable. And we're also going to be using an antimicrobial sealant on all of our surface area for sustained use between patients and hospital staff. And with this, our total production cost will equal around $135. and with 50% markup, we would sell for $185.
Yeah, so for our economic model, we broke it down into 3 employees who were each making 2 units separately, which totaled to 6 units made per day. And then we totaled this by 300, or times it by 365 days, which equated to 2,190 units sold per year. We multiplied this by our selling price, which equated to around $400,000 made in gross profit. And then we found the difference between this with total cost, which was multiplied by our actual production costs, and we found a $93,838 profit. And then for this, our total cost breakdown, we first wanted to actually break down the production costs, which we thought would equate to around $270,000. And then the next thing was obviously employee salary, which we thought would $30,000 would equate to. And then the next part was advertising and marketing, which we would generate $5,000 towards. And then other utilities would be towards $6,000, which would equate to our $300,000 profit.
So why do you want to invest in us? When you're working with a patient, you want them to feel like you care and that they're being taken care of. That's why this CARE acronym suits our business and represents the message that we want to get out to everyone. We, as a team, we want to highlight this underrepresented population and also help hospitals, which is why we aim to cut inefficiencies while being affordable, reusable, and easy to use.
1 minute remaining.
Thank you. Going back to our patient Chester, if he would have had access to our device, he wouldn't have been going under sedation unnecessarily, and he also would have been able to get that appointment with an MRI much quicker than before. In regards to hospitals, they would have not wasted the medical personnel, and they would have just been a lot more efficient.
So what would we do with the $1,000? Well, firstly, we would patent our design, and we hope that through recognition, we would be able to secure grants and funding to be able to establish our business into more than just an idea and help millions of Americans feel safe, secure, and cared for.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's a good question. So a lot of times patients, like they think they might fit, but they don't know for sure. And it's all about the geometries of the patient. So it's not necessarily like the main population is obese individuals, but it's larger than just that. Like a person with wide shoulders may not be able to fit. So really it's not just weight, but also just geometry of the patient, which is why a lot don't know if they're going to fit going into it.
A great presentation, by the way. Well prepared. I liked it a lot. I had a couple of questions, and I asked the question to kind of lead into things to think about. For those of us who don't understand the value stream of an MRI, if you don't fit, what is the alternative? Where are you recommended to go next?
Yeah, so the next step was be an open MRI imaging center. This allows for patients who do have these difficulties to be scanned on a bigger level, but like Sydney talked about, there's a lot of inefficiencies wasted at the first process if they don't fit, and it just takes a lot of time to be able to transfer somebody to one of these places, and you should just be able to have the opportunity to see whether before if you actually will fit and be able to be transported to one of these facilities instead of wasting so much time when it could just be so much easier.
Okay, thanks for explaining that. And then the second thing, I would refer to it as bedside manner. Did you consider the emotional impact of showing up to an appointment and then, slight embarrassment or confusion? And did you take any testimonial from the actual patient's perspective for that?
Yeah, so we've done a lot of research into this, and we found that a lot of patients, you're right, having this process happen to them was like somewhat embarrassing. So we think that in turn, by having this product, it not only reduces inefficiencies, but also it makes the process a lot hassle-free for the patient as well. Yeah.
one more question on the problem. I get the 40% obesity issue. It's a serious one. I've seen that kind of stat before. But how many people are actually having the problem that you're trying to solve?
I think it was around like 5% is what we found in one statistic. But 5% I feel like doesn't really, like the statistic 5% doesn't really represent it as much, because that's obviously more people in the United States than just when you're taking 5 out of 100, you know, like it's a way broader statistic for a bunch of people. So I think when you really bring it into a different perspective, you may not see it all the time, but it's definitely still a problem. And I think it definitely does bring some emotional trauma with it. And I think it would also just help with it just being a more efficient process.
Thank you. Good
Yeah.
job.
Going off of what Maddie said as well, we got this idea from a doctor who sees this, and they say they see it as often as once a month, usually more often than that. So it is something that is prevalent in society and will become more prevalent as obesity rates continue to rise. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Now we are going to introduce Team 2, Skysight Lawn Services from Westfield High School.
Hi, I'm Jacob Braun.
I'm Hayden Rebar.
And I'm Ben Wiggins. And today we're here to tell you about our environmentally sustainable and effective lawn care service, Skysight Lawn Care. All right, so the problem is that traditional lawn care companies can't detect the early signs of pests and diseases before the effects have already hit. But by then, the damage is done. These same companies also use chemical fertilizers, which can lead to soil compaction, soil acidification, and reduce the soil's fertility. Also, their gas-powered equipment accounts for over 5% of the United States' total air pollution. Millions of homeowners, golf courses, parks, and commercial properties struggle with these inefficient lawn care practices that lead to the overuse of resources, harming our environment.
This is where Skysight comes in. Our innovative solution uses NDVI imagery to analyze the health of commercial and residential lawns instead of farmers' fields such as in production agriculture. We'll also be going all organic fertilizers and using electric equipment to optimize resource usage, minimize environmental impact, and guarantee our customers a healthier and more vibrant lawn. Going organic brings the soil back to a healthier state by reducing runoff in urban environments and eliminating harsh chemical treatments. At Skysight, we provide a safe, eco-friendly service that benefits our customers and the environment.
All right, so here's a mock-up of our drone-based system. We'll fly these drones equipped with NDVI cameras that will image the lawn across the whole light spectrum. How this will work is that healthy plants with lots of chlorophyll will reflect near-infrared light back in the atmosphere, while unhealthy plants with less chlorophyll will reflect less light. Our drones will record this data, and our software will turn it into a vegetation index, which, using this key, is how we can read and interpret it. We use this data to assess the overall lawn health and identify any weak areas throughout the lawn. Here's our residential pricing. It'll be split between two sectors for mowing and full service with add-ons like precision lawn care and aeration. We'll have weekly appointments for lawn trims, tailored treatments with organic fertilizers, and drone scans to catch problems and take preventive measures. Our commercial pricing is much simpler. We'll charge a flat rate of $175 per hour for our full services, with the add-ons costing the same.
So when calculating our revenue, we wanted to calculate it with it in mind that we already have a profound stance in the community and we are already built up. We felt that was important to calculate it that way so we'd be able to truly show the potential that we believe Skysight has. So this is the revenue model we use to calculate our total estimated income with our residential customers is the average dollar sales we can expect per customer times the number of customers we can expect per day times the number of days per year we'll be open to calculate our total revenue. Now using that model, this is our high revenue projection. We believe with this scenario we can be making about $270,000 with these customers. And this is our low revenue projection. Here we're looking to make about $222,000. Now here's the revenue model we use to calculate our total estimated income with our commercial customers. We took the $175 we charge per hour, we multiplied that by the estimated number of hours we will work per day, times the number of days per year we'll be open to calculate our estimated revenue with these customers. This is our high revenue model. Here we're looking to be making about $317,000 with our commercial customers, and here's our low revenue model. Here we're looking to make just about $300,000. Now here are our expense costs. We're looking to pay a fixed cost of about $25,000. This will be used to purchase any necessary any necessary equipment and licensing that Skysight will need to run smoothly. We also have variable costs of about $150,000 per year, which will be paid throughout the year for any necessary pesticides, fertilizers, or equipment that Skysight will need to complete their services. So in total, for expenses, we're looking to pay about $177,000. Now, using our two estimated revenues and our expenses, our high projection for our net income looks to be about $411,000, while our low net income projection looks to be about $357,000.
So Skysight is the only option for all electric and all organic lawn care in Indiana. Skysight is also the only company to utilize NDVI imagery throughout the entire lawn care industry. And besides Skysight being eco-friendly, we will also take extra strides to reduce carbon emissions in Indiana by buying carbon offsets.
We conducted a market research survey amongst the homeowners in Westfield and Carmel and received an overwhelming amount of responses at 90. The survey aimed to understand the homeowners' interest in using our service, and we are pleased to report over 2/3 of participants had a keen interest in using our service. We've also been in contact with WithIN Golf Course and Grand Park about the possibility of utilizing our service, and we believe with the help of our Bex mentor and the use of their drones and technology that the collaboration could be beneficial for all parties involved. With the $1,000 regional prize money, we will put it towards funding for licenses, equipment, and the creation of a website to build our online presence.
Skysight is set to revolutionize the lawn care industry, and we invite you to join us along on this journey. Together we can transform lawns around Indiana and positively impact the environment. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Guys, this is very ambitious. Congratulations. How many people is it going to take to run this operation?
Well, we believe in the first few years of operation. We can really, 3. If you look back at our calculations, I'll pull those up. As I said before, this is like years down the line. We'll be able to serve like 5 to 6 customers per day. Obviously, at this state, we won't be able to complete that. We'll be much smaller scaled, but in turn, that'll have our costs a lot lower as we won't be needing to purchase as many pesticides and fertilizers. So we believe at the beginning we can complete this company with just us 3.
I'll jump in and ask a question. Great presentation, thanks, and I agree. I love things that fly, and I love the technology. When it comes to the average consumer of this, can you describe for me like what the market's willing to bear? What does an average homeowner pay for lawn care versus what this service would offer? And then my second question is, I love subscription services when it comes to things like this. It keeps customers coming back. Can you describe for me, is this a monthly report that I would get, and then you would then describe customer satisfaction as how your lawn improves over a series of months? If you could talk about those two things, I'd appreciate it.
So yeah, right now that's how we're doing it with the monthly service, and we'll have them coming out. We'll have drone scans every week for the full service package, and so that is something we can do to help them keep them come back, show them how much their lawn has changed. I think that's a great idea to keep them come back. And now, you're asking.
And my first question: how much does the average homeowner pay for lawn care versus the service? What's the offset for the market?
Yeah, so right now they're paying around $40 to $80 every time they have someone come out. That was what we found for the people around us, was like Kittle Landscaping and what was the other one? Sundown Gardens. So that was about what. And so, yes, this is a higher price, but when you get into the eco-friendly market, you're allowed to. I don't want to say allowed, but that's where you get those higher prices because they think they're They give that idea that helping the environment. They're willing to pay the higher price rather than just typical lawn care.
Hey guys, so firstly, I'm really excited for the demo when you start flying that thing around the room. The question I have for you is, what would you own in this situation in terms of IP? Is it the software, the scanning, or is this owned by somebody else and you're just packaging it? How would you make sure that nobody else was coming into this market and taking over what you have?
So yeah, right now, this would all be owned. We're packaging it. This is all out and available for in production agriculture. A lot of companies do this. X has helped us a lot with this because this is something they look into a lot. Is another company. They all do it in ag. Nobody has done this in the lawn care industry, so this is a new market. It's only been done in the production agriculture and farmers field. With this, how we're going to help stop other people from taking it is just, it's, I don't know how to describe it. It's just, they already have what they're doing. It's going to be a lot for them to change their ways. Be hard for them to do that, which is why we have built this up from the ground. Yeah.
And we do plan on meeting with a lawyer in the near future to see if there are any legal protections as well.
All right, thank you. Next, I'd like to introduce Isha Shamim from Purdue's student entrepreneurship group, the Anvil.
Hey guys, so I'm Isha. I'm a junior in computer engineering, just finishing my third year, so going to start my senior year soon. I am the president of the Anvil. I've been the president of the Anvil for the past 1 year, and so who out of all of you are interested in like coming to Purdue University? You'll see Purdue. Oh, that's really good. Okay, great. So you probably could mention in your why Purdue essay. A bit about the Anvil. So we are the central hub for entrepreneurship on campus. What we do is connect students to Purdue, other student founders, to the faculty, the entrepreneurship program that the Purdue runs. We do this by conducting workshops. We have tours to different venture studios across Indiana, and we conduct pitch competitions and startup accelerator competitions. One of the recent competitions that we actually conducted was the boiler launch, and this was a Midwest focused startup accelerator competition where we had around more than 5 schools across the Midwest and actually outside Midwest. So we had Colorado Boulder, Penn State, IU, UIUC join, and for 2 days in Chicago, and it was a really good competition. We got a few great ideas that came out of it. So I don't want to bore you guys a lot about the Anvil, because I know you're hearing a lot about the Purdue ecosystem, entrepreneurship. So last weekend, actually, we went to High Alpha, which was a venture studio in Indianapolis. And there was this question that the Anvil member asked that, can introverts become entrepreneurs? So I think that this is something that's not often talked about. Whenever you think about leaders or entrepreneurs, you think about someone who's bold, who can come out and speak, who's charismatic and always in spotlight, but a misconception. So in high school, a personal story is in high school, and while coming out through middle school, I was the most quietest person. I had a small group of friends. I used to be with them. I used to talk to them. I used to not really like the spotlight or very afraid of coming up the stage too. It was not until I was put into a leadership position by my teacher that I actually realized something about it. So when I see a lot of you, I see myself, because I really appreciate that. There was this opportunity to travel to Rome, and I really love Italy. It's just one of my personal things. But to go to that trip, I had to join this Design for Change summit that had to happen in Rome. So for that, I needed a team of mine, and I had to pitch an idea to them, and I was really scared of how I would do that. But then, a teacher really encouraged me to a team, and I somehow first at a national stage in Singapore, and then it went well. So that gave, then I had the confidence to talk to companies representing Singapore. So that was a good opportunity. And then from there, I kept on like participating in pitch competitions like you guys are today. So I see a lot of myself in you. So when I came to college, I was like, yes. So now I can make a lot. Definitely. Yeah, and it was a really great experience. Participated in a lot of their workshops and their events, and it was really good. But for some reason, after a while, the club kind of fell into its demise, and like we had almost like 3 or 4 active members left, and the president at that time was like, she's going to leave too, so she was there. Don't think so. I can take. I have no idea, no capacity like this. Really in my thoughts, and I was like, it took me a lot of conversation to actually go up and take this. So when I was given this whole, like you saw Mimir and Socio come out, give them acquired by Cisco, sorry, and they told me that, okay, so we were planning to conduct a startup accelerator in Chicago, and so time we're like, wow, how are we going to do this? So it took us a lot of tries. We had to do everything from ground up, build up the marketing, the recruitment, the finance, the budgeting, a lot of paperwork. And every step of the way, I learned how it was, all the challenges that came, we embraced it, and we had a lot of support from Purdue itself. We had Purdue Innovates, we had weekly meetings with Justin and Doug, and we had all these questions we used to ask, a lot of student founders also. And when we planned for the boiler launch, we actually talked to a lot of the entrepreneurship communities too. I'm also in one of the classes, so a lot. While doing this, I think so one thing that no one really prepares for you is criticism. So a lot of student founders actually came up to me, like, because I'm just a computer engineering student, I'm not a founder myself. They came up to me like, so yeah, you're not a founder yourself. I don't think so you can actually do this. So I've had a lot of lunches where I've gotten those things that, yeah, I think so you should just quit, and it's the truth though. They were like, yeah, I don't think so you can lead the club because you have no entrepreneurship background or anything like that. And I feel like that's when the entrepreneurial mindset comes into place. I feel like how Lucas said that it's not about your position. An entrepreneur is not a title, but it's just a mindset. It's about believing in your potential and in yourself when no one else does. And I feel like that goes a long way. When I work with students in Purdue, I see a lot of engineers who have amazing ideas out there. They have really cool ideas, but they're afraid to speak, even in class. So if you go to an engineering class, you'll see everyone just sitting quiet and listening to the professor, and I feel like that's not how it should be. So at the Anvil, what we try to do is like find them their voice, find them co-founders, help them come to us, reach out to us, and kind of craziest idea, it could be something big. And again, entrepreneurship is not about like getting it right in your first try. It's again, like he said, a very iterative process. It's about getting it, trying multiple times. We tried around 2 times to get boiler launch out, but I'm really happy of where it turned out to. It was a really successful event. It's way better connected. It's very well connected, and it's very up there right now, and a long way to go, I'd say. So I guess my attempts would be to have that annual back up there and much better in the next year. So like that. So that my great advice, I'm not a motivation speaker or anything, but my advice to you, that's what my friends say, that I give good advice. My advice to you is like take any opportunity that you get in high school. I think so all these really develop your interpersonal skills. They give you a foundation that I think so you won't get in a classroom. For the past 1.5 years working with the Anvil, I've learned so much more that I've ever learned in my 5 or 6 years of middle school or high school or college itself. So yeah, congrats to all of you, and I hope you do really well. I've out there, it's amazing. It's college level. I've seen a lot of pictures there too. So yeah, have a great day, and I'll be here for a while if you want to talk. So, and I hope to see you guys in Purdue, whoever wants to come, and definitely join the Anvil. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Isha. Now I'd like to introduce Team 3 from Carmel, Shell Safe.
Hi, my name is Pragathi Arun Kumar, and I present ShellSafe, a sensor designed to mitigate a problem that has plagued our school systems for decades. More than 360,000 students have experienced gun violence at school since 1999, and there have been 394 school shootings in the United States since Columbine. 1 out of every 10 gun deaths are children, and the problem is rising horrifically. There was a record number of school shootings in 2023 with 82 recorded incidents. It is imperative to break this deathly cycle. However, with existing solutions consisting of standard detection, potential new gun regulations, and retroactive solutions that perpetuate discourse regarding the Second Amendment or are too, we must look to new innovative solutions. So I present ShellSafe, a sensor designed to specifically sense the presence of a firearm on an individual entering an establishment. ShellSafe can attach easily to the backside of a door frame and can be integrated with existing camera systems and notify the SRO or appropriate faculty member privately through the ShellSafe app. I've built a functional prototype as well as the app interface for ShellSafe. Now, let's talk a little bit about how it works. Typical metal detectors detect both ferrous and non-ferrous metals. ShellSafe individually identifies the presence of non-ferrous metals in the specific configurations and quantities as discovered in standard firearm products. Taking an AR-15 as a standard example, we can see that the barrel contains trace quantities of copper, and the cartridge casing of the bullet and magazine primarily consist of brass. The microcontroller attached contains code that I wrote dictating that when each of the metal components are triggered individually, it provides one unified output. The type of sensor that I use for my prototype is inductive sensor. Certain inductive sensors contain a corrective factor which allowed me to change the sensing distance to be specific to each metal. We can see in my prototype that the sensor was successful in detecting each of the metals individually once the staggering was applied, and then providing one unified output with the red LED when all of them were detected together. Here it shows a sensing distance within millimeters. However, once funds become available, I will scale up to an ultrasonic proximity sensor which has a sensing range of multiple feet. The output in terms of implementation will be through the ShellSafe app, where the SRO or appropriate faculty member privately receives a notification and can view the live surveillance footage through the app, and then engage in a lockdown if necessary. The cost of production for 1 unit of ShellSafe is $536.89. ShellSafe operates on a lease and perpetuity model, meaning that the yearly cost for 1 door operating with ShellSafe will be $1,500, meaning that the initial profit will be $973.11. With an average of 15 doors per school building, this means that it would cost $22,500 per year per school to implement ShellSafe, not yet accounting for bulk pricing agreements. The in perpetuity model allows for customer retention and flexibility, and taking into account the target market of school systems, lower upfront costs are essential for flexibility and managing budgets effectively. I have 2 main revenue streams. First, school leasing agreements. There are 97,568 public schools in the U.S. Multiply this by $22,500 and we get the yearly sales potential for ShellSafe. And second, direct to consumer. This includes home entryways and businesses, other establishments that wish to purchase individual units of ShellSafe. For the first 4 quarters, I will scale within the West and East Central Indiana school districts. I hope to make an additional leasing agreement every quarter. If this were successful, the initial revenue would be $332,000. I'll use the $1,000 investment in 4 key ways. I'll spend $600 on 3 high-range ultrasonic proximity sensors from the Phoenix Corporation, $150 on a PCB board to streamline the microcontroller and breadboard ShellSafe is currently operating on, $100 on the casing and adhesion, and another $150 on embedded software development to connect the PCB board to existing camera systems and to deploy notification capabilities. I conducted an interview in person with the former president of the National Association of School Resource Officers to gain a more nuanced view on the unique traction that ShellSafe provides. Notable answer the officer Schoaf gave when asked how he believed that ShellSafe compares with existing metal detection systems. He said that existing detection systems have too much of a human element, making them unappealing. ShellSafe is inconspicuous and efficient, exactly what we are looking to implement. And when asked how much he believes that administration would be willing to pay for ShellSafe, he said that what we can definitively say is that there is no cost greater than one child's life. But why is ShellSafe a unique proposition in solving systemic school gun violence? Let's take a look at some existing solutions. Metal detectors are too broad, as they detect every metal object brought into a school building and require security personnel to constantly manage. AI-powered imaging technology, such as Extract One, again, requires personnel to manage and requires that only one person walk through at a time. During morning rush at a school, this is near impossible. And one thing Officer Schoaf prioritized was inconspicuity. These AI-powered sensors are extremely large and cannot be comfortably implemented. These sensors are typically sold as 4-year subscriptions costing $10.7 million. Gun violence is primarily concentrated in areas with low levels of funding, so this is counterintuitive. ShellSafe solves for these problems. It does not require personnel to manage, and it uses direct metal sensing technology as opposed to imaging, ensuring accuracy. It's notification-based, so it keeps reactivity in mind without intrusiveness, and compared to $2.7 million a year, it is relatively inexpensive, costing $22,500 per year. My unique value proposition is that ShellSafe provides an inconspicuous, efficient, affordable, and agreed-upon solution to systemic school gun violence. My preliminary IP research does not show any violation of existing IP. However, deeper research and a meeting with a patent lawyer is included in my timeline. Looking at my future business timeline, I will first finalize my prototype, invest in bulk electrical equipment from Jimico Tech, create an affordable, scalable model of ShellSafe, further tech development through outsourcing companies such as Big Human, begin the product leasing to create a constant revenue stream, lean into direct-to-consumer marketing, lower production costs for my base unit, and then launch ShellSafe large scale. ShellSafe unifies providing a solution to systemic school gun violence with a minimally invasive approach. Thank you. Yes.
2 questions.
Of course.
1, have you considered going to Purdue University?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. I'll see you there. Second question would be, do you done any research yet? I know you're in a prototype state, but on false readings, because one of the biggest problems we're going to see here is if it doesn't pick up something, going to be a big issue. So what's that look like?
Yeah, so this is actually going to be addressed as ShellSafe continues to innovate its base model, because the microcontroller can be coded to have a database that addresses like the individual components and how much of each of the non-ferrous metals is in like the object that's being brought into the school system. So essentially, the more that we control the microcontroller, the more specific that it gets. But also, I talked to Officer Schoaf about this and a couple of the other SROs that I interviewed and just tried to talk to them about the false positives. And since ShellSafe is notification based and doesn't automatically ensue a lockdown right after, it still helps because like they don't immediately ensue the lockdown. The SRO comes, identifies if there's a threat, and if they think that it needs to be escalated, it can be escalated through the ShellSafe app. Something that they told me specifically was that any tool that gives them even a slight indication that a threat might be in the school building is still extremely helpful for them. So even with the false positives, that can be helped over time as I continue to innovate and prototype, but I have addressed that and they did think it was okay as long as it was notification based, which it is.
Great job. I am a card-carrying NRA member, and I love this concept and idea. That is something that needs to be addressed, and you're taking that on. So one, you are in a very red state. Deciding to do this is fantastic. So I commend you for seeing the problem and like, hey, let's find a solution. Because far too often we say, oh, there's a problem, but then no one wants to come up with a solution. So thank you. I think what you have here is very intelligent. I think you are very intelligent because you're not just presenting about it, you're building it, you're coding it, you're doing it. So all I want to say, there's no questions. I just want you to know like this was fantastic and I really appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
I would have to agree with everything that Brandon said. I just want to commend you on your energy. That's the only thing you left out. Holy cow.
Well, I said if you needed a second career, you could go auctioneer easy.
But I did want to ask about the competitive price. So I think you said your unit would be $22,000 a year or $22,500?
Correct. So $22,500 is like per school per year. So the unit price would be $1,500 in the in perpetuity model.
Okay. Versus what's your competition?
$2.7 million a year.
Per location, per bin?
Per location, per school.
Okay. Are you leaving money on the table?
So yeah, just making that direct comparison with like the 15 doors and like how much it costs to implement the units at every single entrance. That's the direct comparison: 2.7 million per year to 22,500 per year.
And then I just have one last question. How often would sensors need to be replaced?
Yeah.
What is the lifespan of one?
Yeah, so right now, obviously, since it's kind of in that initial stage, as ShellSafe continues to like grow and prototype, as I mentioned before with the false positives, the more that we code for and the more that we innovate, the more that we can create scalable models that we can replace. And that's why the in perpetuity model I think is good, because even if we were to replace them every year, every couple years, it would be fine because we're getting that constant revenue stream. As of right now, I think it would depend on like the rate that these sensors are like deteriorating. Right now, what I can confidently say is that even if we would want to replace them every 5 years, every 10 years, we still have the revenue stream to do so. And as we continue to code ShellSafe, we will be switching them out pretty often because our customers are valuable to us.
I just want to also say, echo everything everyone said. Amazing job, great presentation. Love what we're doing here because it needs to be done. I'd also say consider artificial intelligence as well as the data. I like the idea of refining the data because you're going to be collecting a lot of it, and you can get more accurate with it. And I think there's, in terms of leaving money on the table, there's value in being able to show accuracy improving over time, and then making that a part of your business model as well for the cost. But absolutely great job.
Thank you so much. Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I'd like to introduce Team 4, the Fridge Bridge from Westfield High School.
Hello, I'm Nick Jarrell. I'm the CEO.
I'm CJ Fox, the CMO.
And I'm Ryan Caesar, and I'm
we,
the CFO.
We are the Fridge Bridge.
Have you ever gone to your refrigerator trying to fill up your large water jug or your small plastic water bottle, only to find that it is too large to fit or spill it everywhere? Well, the Fridge Bridge is the solution for you. The Fridge Bridge is a detachable hose-like that extends from the water dispenser on your fridge straight to your bottle. It prevents spills, get the most amount of water possible in your bottle to keep you hydrated throughout the day. The most important thing is it's going to help the ecosystem because you're going to be reusing these plastic water bottles. Did you know that over 60 million plastic water bottles end up in landfills every single day? The Fridge Bridge is made up of two main components. The first component is the screw. The screw is detachable, quick, and strong. On the other hand, the tube is flexible, durable, and it allows a direct flow straight from your refrigerator to your water bottle.
So here's our projected revenue model. On the left side of the screen are our monthly costs. We'd start out by spending about $120 on advertising each month, mainly on apps like TikTok and Facebook, as we feel this reaches the largest amount of people possible and best reaches our target market. We would also start out by spending $200 a month on materials, which would be enough to produce hundreds of bridges, meaning like $2 a product. We would also spend $39 a month on our website. We would make our sales. We would also start off by not spending any money on labor, as it's just us three right now, and we think that is enough for now. Eventually down the road we would be paying ourselves, but to start out, nothing yet. And we also accounted for $50 of miscellaneous costs. In terms of revenue, we would start out by selling each Fridge Bridge for $15. First month, minimum amount of Fridge Bridges that we would need to sell to break even is 28. This would result in $420 of revenue and $11 of profit. If we sold all 100 Fridge Bridges that we made, we would be making $1,500 and profiting a little bit over $1,000. Here's a unique value chart that shows our comparison to other products that are similar and other alternatives. In the first column, we have our product, the Fridge Bridge. It is the only product that marks all three boxes. It provides a direct flow of water from the fridge to your water bottle. It also utilizes clean water from your refrigerator, from the filtration system in there. and it helps solve the problem and is able to fill both large and small bottles. In the second column, we have a fridge funnel. This checks 2 of the boxes. It still provides a direct flow of water from the fridge to the water bottle, and it utilizes the clean water from the refrigerator, but it does not help solve the problem of large bottles. This only screws onto the lid of the small bottles. In the third column, we have an alternative, which is just using your refrigerator normally without the fridge bridge. This does not provide a direct flow of water to the water bottle. It does still use the clean water from the refrigerator, but it does not solve the problem of the large and small bottles not working well. And in the fourth column, we have the last alternative, which is using tap water from your sink. This does not provide a direct flow of water into the water bottle. It does not utilize the clean water that is filtered from the fridge. In fact, 40% of Americans won't use tap water, fearing that it is unsafe. But the tap water does, it is able to fill large and small bottles.
You've shown great traction through our market research. We have done a couple surveys that have gotten well over 100 participants. On the left, we have our first question was, would you consider buying our product? We found out that 86% of our participants would consider buying the fridge bridge. And then on the right, we have how often would they use our product. And about 50% said they would be using our product every day to fill up their water bottles. And then another 30% would use ours a couple times a week. And we also have a couple mentors that we like to, that we use a lot. On the left, we have my mentor, who's the Chief Operating Officer at Global Forming, which is a local plastic manufacturing plant in Indianapolis. He's helping us get a mold of our product, and he has us working with their engineers there, and we're getting our product ready for producing. And on the right is our other mentor who works for Church, Hiddle, and Antrim, attorneys at law. He's helping us through the patenting process, as well as just like giving us the legal side and what we need to make sure that our product is ready to hit the shelves. We are very investable because we have a simple product that is easy to manufacture, and it's just a common problem that a lot of people are faced. We have received great feedback from all of our research that we have done, and we also have a very profitable plan. With the prize money, we would spend about 50% of it, about $500, going towards our research and development, because we still have a lot of research to do to make sure that we have the product that'll work for most fridges, because we're not able to work with all, but we're going to work with as many as we can to make sure our product is good for the consumer. And then about $300 would go towards our inventory, so we can pay for a couple months. And then the final $200 would go towards our website. Thank you.
Spill it. Don't spill it.
Fridge Bridge.
How does this work with fridges? Like, you need to get with General Electric, you need to get with Whirlpool. Is this like a, the valve that comes out of the water spigot out of your refrigerator? Is it universal, or is everyone different?
Yeah, so
Bosch refrigerator. I have no idea if this is
kind of the prototype.
refrigerator.
Okay, so there's the prototype right there. So the piece at the top with adhesive would connect to the spout on the refrigerator, and then you are able to screw on and screw off the fridge bridge itself whenever you want, so that you're still able to fill up normal water bottles that don't necessarily need it. We are still looking into whether or not there is whether or not the fridges are all universal in that area. From what we've seen, they all look similar. This has been able to work on multiple refrigerators that we've tried out, but there are some that it doesn't work on. So that's where that research and development money needs to go into, looking at how we can make this work for all refrigerators, or at least most of them.
Great presentation. Thank you, gentlemen. A couple of questions, and then I'm going to follow up with some suggestions. How do you plan to take this to the market? Like, what's your market placement? Where are you going to put the product so that people can access it is my first question. And then the second is, what type of demographic, what type of person are you targeting with this product?
Yeah, so we would mainly be selling this, originally at least, just online through our website. And eventually, if it does well, it's definitely something that could be in stores. And in terms of our target market and customer segments, we are mainly focusing on aiming towards parents, as they have kids who often struggle to fill up their water bottle or who experience these spills a lot. And we just feel that they are the people who recognize the problem and it causes the most trouble towards, and we feel that that's a good area to start targeting.
I agree with that, by the way. I have 4 small children, vertically challenged, and there's a constant puddle of water below our refrigerator. So I think you consider, athletes, families, people with disabilities, I think would be an interesting thing to consider. And then because of the cost, I think this becomes kind of like an impulse buy when I'm buying my large jug. Like if there was the widget next to the big jug that's going to help me prevent it, I think it could be something to consider. So good job. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was going to kind of echo that sentiment. One of the things I noticed on your numbers was marketing was $120 a month. If you go online, the only thing that it's going to drive people to your site is marketing. So I think you're really going to have to consider the fact that that's going to be way too low. Sorry, advertising. So if you're going to go online, I would definitely recommend you think about that. Or to his suggestion, maybe think about how do I partner with organizations that are already selling things that this would be useful for. So I no longer have a question because he nailed it. So just wanted to share that.
Yes, thank you.
And then I have a real simple question, which is, how did you come up with this?
So we're all athletes. Me and Jay both play volleyball, and Caesar plays golf. So we all, I at least fill up my large water bottle every day, and it's always just a hassle. It doesn't fit. I have to tilt it to fit it into the small compartment on my refrigerator, and it just doesn't get completely full. And I still, even after doing it 700 days in a row, I still spill a lot. So it's just something that we all experience, and we thought it could be solved.
Thank you very much. Now for Team 5, Shower Shield UV from Carmel High School.
Thanks for the heads up.
I'm Danya Patangi.
I'm Didi Nwafo, and we're Shower Shield UV. So I'm pretty sure we can all agree that communal showers are pretty disgusting. Every time I have to use one, I get scared that I'm gonna get disease. We actually went online and found many other people and many other stories from people who believe the exact same thing. We were able to conduct an independent study to gauge more public opinion. About 80% of respondents said that they perceive cleanliness levels to be very important to them, or either important. And then 55% of people perceive cleanliness levels at a 3 or lower on a 10-point scale level. There's clearly a gap between what consumers want and what they're getting. So about 15 to 20% of people in the US are likely to have athlete's foot at a time, and people who share bathrooms are more likely to get it. So $6.7 billion were used for fungal infections and treating fungal infections in 2018, which is a large strain on the healthcare system. We can actually see that examination from healthcare providers and treatments can actually provide a lot of, can actually go into a lot of the cost for this type of treatment. And we were actually able to hold our own experiment to assess the cleanliness levels of our school's communal showers and found that a lot of the bacteria growth is normal, but those larger spores indicate fungal growth, which can be a problem. And we can see a ton of understaff and shortages in the custodial departments across America, and we see that custodial departments need help.
So this is going to take us to our solution. Our solution is to install germicidal UV lights that have been clinically proven to kill dermatophytes and prevent fungal growth. This method has been used in hospitals, but we're going to take it to a whole new sector of living. Our UV lights are designed to specifically cater to the structure of communal bathrooms. A central strip will essentially be installed to the ceiling of the bathroom and will be angled in towards communal showers. And since all communal showers have the same structure system, this is going to be a very effective solution. And also our lights will be attached to a pre-existing circuitry system, which again, every communal shower has, so it's very cost efficient and easy to install for all of us. So, what sets us apart? Since communal showers offer an untapped market for UVC lights, we're essentially bringing lights to a new sector of living by taking something that's used effectively in hospitals and upscaling it to communal showers. We're bypassing barriers due to the fact that putting UVC lights regularly, the way that hospitals are used, into communal showers is very cost inefficient and also prevents a lot of people from using this very effective solution and putting it into communal showers.
All right. So our potential buyers that we've identified are any institutions that use communal showers. So this includes gyms, water parks, schools, and universities. So we actually did, in our survey, we also included data that I'll get into later that shows how these institutions can offset costs. Speaking of costs, bear with me, we're going to do a little bit of math. So the equation in purple shows how we calculate the irradiance, which is basically how the strength of the UV on a surface. So the dosage that we need to kill dermatophytes and many other common pathogens is 120 millijoules per centimeter squared, and we want to do this in 2 hours, which means we need an irradiance value of 0.0167 milliwatts per centimeter squared. But this distance is inversely proportional to the maximum distance, which we calculated with where our model will be positioned, will be about 3 meters. So using that, we got a value of 0.1503 watts per centimeter squared. And using specs from companies like Cooper Lighting Solutions, who make lights of similar size and power, we found that we would need a 24-watt light. So using these specs and these values, we found that it would cost about $1,500 for a light that covers 6 bathrooms, which is the most common communal bathroom configuration. And we contacted a UV light installer and found that it would cost between $500 and $1,000 to install. So our plan to invest and grow our company is the values that we have are experimental. We created them using math and physics, but you can only get exact values through experimentation. So we want to test to determine the exact specs we need to create our model, and once we have that, we can take it to a UVC manufacturer and use the rest of the money to fund the production of a prototype. And once we have this data and we have our prototype, we can use it to reach out to potential customers, such as the institutions we are planning to reach out to. And so what have we already done? So in our survey, we actually included a question where we asked consumers if they would be willing to pay $2 more per month at their preferred gym for the guarantee that they're using this disinfection, and 83% of respondents said that they most likely would. And when we took this data and showed it to the aquatics manager at the Monon, our local community center, a lot of communal showers there, we have like a water park and a gym, he said that he would most likely implement it not only because of the interest of potential customers, but the ability to offset costs. So we have a clear interest from our consumers. With your help, Shower Shield UV can take sanitation into the future. Thank you.
Great job, y'all. You may have touched on this, so sorry if I missed it. What was the effectiveness of your product in terms of like the percentage kill? Usually you see a Lysol commercial and it's 99.9%. So what did you find in that? And a follow-up question is, are there other industries or markets that are using this in a similar way?
Well, so the reason we chose 120 for our dose amount is because we did find a paper, like one that's been cited a lot, very prominent paper, that says that dermatophytes need, like at 120 millijoules, there's a 99.99% reduction in dermatophytes. And so there are certain thresholds for every pathogen. So the 120 millijoules, that's more than enough to kill pathogens like the bacteria that cause staph infections, MRSA, and COVID-19. So that's how we came up with that number. And sorry, can you repeat the second part of your question?
Yeah, it was just, are any other industries or markets currently utilizing this to where you could maybe look at that as an effective tool?
Yeah, right now we've seen that hospitals kind of use this UVC light disinfection to disinfect like rooms that they use it in, but it hasn't really gone out of that market to be on a wider scale, like at water parks or like centers like the YMCA or Monon Center, which would be very useful since there's a lot of public there.
How often would the center have to use the material? Like how often would they have to use the disinfection for it to keep up with the continuous use?
Yeah, so our recommended use is 2 hours every single day, which is significantly better than the fact that right now custodial staff, like in many water parks, cannot go in and clean bathrooms every single day. So since dermatophytes and a lot of pathogens grow extremely quickly, that's one of the biggest problems that we saw. They grow a lot quicker than showers are being cleaned, but we found that through our radiance values and also with the amount of pathogens that do accumulate throughout the day, 2 hours at the end of the day is enough to kill and prevent significant growth.
Yeah, 2 hours during the night or at the end of the day, and then we also found that these don't have to be replaced for another 2 years after they're installed.
All right, thank you very much so far. Right now, we are going to take a 5-minute intermission as we prep for the next half of our competition. Restrooms are going to be out those doors and to the left. Once you go to the left, you'll see some signs that continue to point you towards where the restrooms are.
About that time. And unfortunately, we also slowed down our operations in that part of the country just because of the volatility. It's unfortunate because there's so much history. It's so beautiful. But it's a hard country to live in.
Would it be safe to go back?
You know, yes, so I still travel to Beirut, Lebanon, and the thing that I would always say, like traveling to any big city, stay on the tourist paths, and then right now with like what's going on with the conflict, I'd be a little bit hesitant to stay away from the east side of Egypt.
Well, hello again, everyone. We are still very grateful that you guys are continuing to join us for the rest of the pitches today. We got a lot of really cool ones coming up. But before we get started with the next 5 pitches, I want to introduce a couple of our alumni from Innovate WithIN years past. They have not only continued to be a part of the Alumni Association, but they love connecting with new students that are going through the program, and I think have some really interesting insights that they can share here. So I'd like to welcome Suhani, Emily, and Nathan to maybe just say a few words about their experience.
Hi guys, I'm Suhani, this is Nathan, this is Emily. We all go to Purdue. Me and Nathan competed in this region, like specifically last year, and we were both the winners from this region last year. So a little bit about our experience in Innovate WithIN. I would say for Nathan and I, this was our first, and probably Emily too, was our first like venture into the business side of things, and it definitely opened our eyes to a whole new side of market and consumerism that we hadn't seen before. We learned a lot through boot camp, which you do in order to prepare for state. We met with so many people there through our trip to Washington, D.C.
Yeah, like Suhani was saying, we learned a lot about business, and specifically one of the things that I learned from going through the Innovate WithIN program and meeting big business people, really kind of important people through this program that I wouldn't have met if I didn't do it, is that you guys are not much different from them. They were just like all of us when they were younger, and they're not super smart, they're not crazy gifted, they're not superheroes. They're just people who really put in the effort, put in the work, and talked to the right people, and they just made it happen. It's the difference between having an idea and sitting there and not doing anything, having your idea and just doing it.
Yeah, and I just wanted to kind of elaborate on like the boot camp and the DC like immersion trip. I didn't know any of these people. I competed in a different region, obviously, and now we kind of all go to Purdue. We still keep in touch. We like on the first day of boot camp when we didn't know anybody, we stayed up to like 3 a.m. just like talking to each other because we never met each other before. So kind of take this as like an opportunity to like make new friends, not just like make business connections, make new friends, find out things that you like to do with them, like venture off. Don't just focus all of your energy onto your business. Take it as more of an outside experience.
Thank you guys so much. Thanks, sir. All right. Again, so thankful that we continue to have students that go through the program that are excited about reconnecting with students currently going through the program, and really, I think, challenging what it means for Gen Z to be taking innovation, entrepreneurship, and what they're passionate about in life seriously. Now, I'd love to introduce Team 6, Gildia, from Ben Davis High School, to begin their pitch.
Hi, my name's Yuretsi Lopez.
And I'm Ellie Guerra.
And this is our project, Gildia.
So when coming up with our problem, we started to think about what we were currently going through. And we thought about what we were going to do. Since it started last year of high school, we were thinking about what we were going to do post-graduation. And, yeah. So we found that some students in our classes, after interviewing with our classmates, we found that they didn't know what they were going to do after high school. And we found that they would have other students would have preferred to know what classes they would have taken in high school to prepare them for college. Additionally, we found that there wasn't that many opportunities available for us for early career exploration that would have prepared us for college.
So why does this matter? Early career exploration matters because it provides a clear purpose for instruction. So instead of you going to college undecisive, when you go in high school, going to 7th and 8th, you're already having to decide what you want to be, and most people don't know what they want to be, and it's okay to not know what you want to be. Due to that, it's because of lack of resources. Our goal for here is to save your time and your money when you go into college. Why not just have a purpose right away and know what you want to do?
So we found that middle school was the best age range to start career exploration. And also we wanted to focus on STEM careers because we know that STEM, the skills learned from there, you can apply it everywhere. So we surveyed our district and found from a total of 238 of our middle schoolers had a low sense that they belonged in the STEM field, and only 28% plan to pursue a STEM career.
So our stakeholders are parents, students, and teachers. Due to that, because we're with our teachers 24/7. So they're really helping us guide throughout our life. So it's important for us and for them to know to have the resources they need so we can succeed. We also have our industrial professionals.
So we started looking for what was currently on the market, and we found highly successful products such as KiwiCo, that's a subscription-based kit. However, they tend to be on the pricier side, but that their instructions are very clear and a lot of age ranges can use it, while the more affordable prices, they don't have the same level of education quality as KiwiCo did. So what were we trying to achieve with our solution?
We are trying to make STEM careers exploration more accessible to everyone. Our goal is to offer high quality education without having to be compromised and have accountability.
So to do this, we want to enhance the user experience with STEM kids by providing different career cards that will go along with the activity. So for example, here we use a boat. Students will be able to use engineering, so a variety of different skills, but also including like different careers that they can look into.
Gildia is not just also a STEM kit. We want to include a summer camp. We want to partnership with our school and have a summer camp. Our summer camp activities is a robotic hand and a bridge besides that, we are looking for more products to do. For the robotic hand, we would go in depth into the careers like human anatomy and biochemistry. Not only that, the bridge is civil engineering, and you can use teamwork skills.
So we know that social media is a powerful tool, and we want to use it to share with the larger audience free online resources about different STEM careers. Also, we want to promote our website that people can learn more about the STEM kits. And
So for our STEM kit, we're asking for $12.50. For our summer camp for 5 days, it's going to be $500. And for our marketing per year is $424.
these are expenses. We're looking to get about $5 from kit, from the profit, and approximately $1,400 from our camp. These are estimated sales. We used a compound annual growth rate that we found up until 2028. So how would we use $1,000?
We would use $1,000 to invest in a laser cutter. Since we are doing, thank you. Since we want to make our own products, we want to use that laser cutter to invest and make our products for our STEM kits. Not only we want to use the STEM kits for outside of the world, we want to use them for our summer camp.
So our overall goal is to expand. We want to design a curriculum for teachers to host their own STEM camps around the world. And as well, we also would like to donate packages to schools and after-school programs and establish an LLC.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ladies, so much for sharing. One of the things we've talked about a lot here today is solving a problem versus just focusing on the solution. I found that usually our problems, what we're trying to solve, are problems we had in the past when we were younger. It sounds like that's kind of similar to you. So if you were to have your product back when you were a little bit younger, what would this have allowed you to do that you couldn't normally do, like right now? Like, what would that have opened doors for you?
So personally, me, growing up, I didn't have like maybe the same as other people. So when I went into 7th and 8th, I was like, well, what am I supposed to do? Like, they're like, oh, you have to pick, do you take engineering classes or do you take art classes? So it's just like a lot to your mind at the time of like an upcoming 9th grader. So I feel like it's just not only stress, but a lot of feelings. So I feel like if someone would tell me, oh, we have a summer camp offered to you, instead of just staying home and being on my phone, I would have totally done it to figure out what I want to do in the future instead of being undecisive.
Ladies, thanks so much. I really like the concept and the idea. This is gaining a lot of popularity, especially now with, I say, our emerging youth. I like the idea of the career cards. I think guiding people through this isn't just a tinker toy, but this is a career path is something good. But talk to me about how much labor you're expecting to actually create the content, because some of the hardest parts of this is making something simple actually takes a deep understanding of outcomes and design. So can you describe for me what your labor might be, or where you plan on acquiring the content to build these?
So right now we're planning to buy wholesale. So like the kits would already be made, and based on the kit that we buy, we would include like the career cards that go along with it. But in the future, yeah, we're trying to buy so that we can make them on our own. So we're not really sure.
Okay, so to clarify, you would buy the STEM kit from another provider, and then there's maybe a little bit of a markup that you would then try to incorporate into this business model, correct? Okay, thanks.
I like the concept of helping the underserved, meaning that the individuals who maybe don't have, come from a traditional family with two college-educated parents. Personal story, I grew up on a farm. We did not, college was not a thing. I didn't know what STEM was until I was actually in college. And so I think the concept that you can provide at a early
right, thank you very much. Now we're going to welcome Team 7, Quick Sports from Zionsville High School.
Hi, I'm Prob.
I'm Caden.
We are Quick Sports. Playing sports is a fun, social, and all-around beneficial form of physical activity which is proven to be a fundamental part of maintaining good health and positive relationships. However, in recent times, participation in sports is at a significant decline, as much as a 10% decrease in the past decade. And during COVID, more Americans gained weight than ever, and on average, 30 whole pounds, making this issue more relevant and urgent than ever. Well, we thought long about what's causing this drop in sports participation, and we realized that today, where most people want things as quick and easy as possible, there's just no simple way to find a group to play sports with you. I'll give you an example. A few years ago, I wanted to play a game of 5v5 basketball, so I had to do it the slow way. I individually texted a few of my friends, messaged in a few group chats, posted on a few social media sites, and after all the song and dance, I got a whopping 2 people wanting to play, which obviously isn't nearly enough. The more I asked around, the more I realized everyone in the recreational sports community has faced this issue as well. There are always people available to play, but either they get to that same court at a slightly different time, a similar court a few minutes away, but it's so hard to coordinate and plan anything. There just had to be a better way. Our solution tackles the difficulty of playing team sports while utilizing social media technology to create our app, Quick Sports. Users can join a sports match, create a sports match, and connect with players near them. Simply put, we make the process of organizing team sports frictionless. In this day and age, where most apps encourage people to sit at home and talk through a screen, Quick Sports aims to reverse this trend and increase the in-person social connection and the exercise we could all use a whole lot more of. Now I'll show you guys exactly how the app works. On the first screen, you can see a map displaying all the locations near you. When a user clicks on a location they'd like to join, on the second screen, you can see all the events others have posted there. If those times don't work for you, on the bottom, you can also create your own event. When you join an event, on the third screen, you confirm all the details work for you, and the final screen, you're put into a group chat with everyone else in the event so you can coordinate your playtime more effectively. Our competitors include social media apps like Facebook, Instagram, and WhatsApp, which offer highly inefficient solutions to this problem, as they either have large bloated group chats, it's hard to find people near you, or they don't have the sports niche. Quick Sports distinguishes itself by combining location technology, social media features, and specifically the ability to find people near you. This makes Quick Sports the go-to app for people if you want to find a sports location, find people near you, and get exercising all as fast as possible.
The current market for Quick Sports, through our social media analysis, we estimate that there are 40 million Americans who play recreational sports and an additional 70 million Americans who play organized sports. These numbers will hopefully grow alongside Quick Sports. We are marketing through social media advertising, connecting with schools and sports clubs, and most importantly, influencer ads. Influencer ads are a highly effective form of marketing where we pay a content creator to make a short poster or video describing Quick Sports and telling their followers to download it. This allows us to easily market towards our target demographics. Our current expenditures consist of the cost of publishing the app to the App Store, collecting sporting locations from Google Maps, Google Cloud Storage, and marketing. Assuming 5,000 daily users, we expect to be spending $750 a month on marketing and an additional $20 a month on Google Cloud Storage, totaling $770, which notice is extremely cheap for an app as all of the development has been done in-house by my co-founder and I. Now, our revenue model currently consists of Google's AdMob software. Various companies who want advertising give Google their ads and pay them, which Google then pays us to display on our app. Google ensures that each ad a customer sees is unique and personalized to them, nothing like the typical spam seen on most websites. And then Google pays us each time a user sees an ad, which is measured by a metric called eCPM, which is how much we make per 1,000 ad views. Future revenue streams include paid sports bookings, a premium subscription removing ads for the user, a B2B model where we charge sports organizations a small fee for advanced features, and of course, merchandise. In the column on the left, you can see all the features which are currently developed and in the app, and in the column in the middle are the features which we are currently developing the capabilities for. We would like to highlight the sports organization features. These would allow coaches to create exclusive events and team group chats for efficient communication. Taking this next step will bring Quick Sports to the next level, making it the go-to sports app, whether you're a recreational player, a coach, or a team player.
With all these new features, Quick Sports still remains committed to being largely developed in-house, but we do see the value of having a standby freelance developer through the website Upwork to fix quick bugs and issues as they may pop up, as my co-founder and I are just two high schoolers trying to meet the growing demand of a social media app. This being said, 75% of the $1,000 will be put into this, and 25% will be put into social media marketing. Currently, Quick Sports is available on the Apple App Store, Google Play Store, and is available as a web app. We have over 1,500 users across the United States, including 15 countries and every single continent except for Antarctica, but we're working on that. Our users, exactly like I said, all across the world. We're registered as an LLC, we're making revenue, and we're in the process of getting pre-seed funding from Elevate Ventures. Quick Sports is more than just an app. It's a movement. Today, we're changing the way people find friends and play sports in an attempt to reduce the friction of playing sports and fight modern-day crises. Thank you for your time.
Thank you guys so much. So as your 3,001st user, I was really excited to hop on your app. You didn't have pickleball as my choice for my favorite sport yet, and I'm not going to cry about it here, but I did at home a little bit. One of my questions to you, I've owned fitness facilities and stuff like that in the past. Have you considered partnering with those individuals to maybe say, hey, we're willing to advertise your place as like a premium place to come and play those sports if you give us a small subscription fee or something like that to be able to get a little bit more revenue? Because I know charging for an app that's social media-like might deter a lot of your users. So thoughts?
Yeah. So part of that is a paid sports bookings model, which we're considering for future revenue streams. So we'll have paid sports locations, and we're going to advertise them. We can have their sports locations on there. But a big part that our competitors are doing that we aren't is that they're offering those paid sports bookings, but that doesn't really connect the community, and they can book it from their website anyway. So those are what result in pretty ineffective apps because people don't keep coming back, which is something that our app does because we do allow users to create events, create locations, and they can. It's almost a user-run app other than the locations we're aggregating. But yeah, I do agree that connecting with these private locations and offering their services on here will be a potential revenue stream.
Thank you, gentlemen. I like this a lot, getting children and adults more active and living that kind of lifestyle. I promote and support very much. And I also like how you could add a lot to this, right? Skill level, user-to-user interaction, things like that. But my one question when it comes to these types of platforms is always about safety. If I have a 16-year-old and he or she's going to play basketball, how do I know that they're going to meet a verified user? Can you talk to me a little bit about what you've thought about in terms of the safety aspect of this?
We expected this question, and so we made this slide right here of something that would pop up when someone under 18 tries to join a location. We know like a lot of apps just have like a shady thing in their user permissions saying like, okay, we accept that nothing will happen to you. Like they don't read that anyway. So we make it extremely clear that this is what they should do. We can't be in person to prevent these kinds of things happening. But I think a warning message like this that says if you see someone you don't know, call this number, do this, and force them to read that before joining location, we think that's the absolute best that we can do and when we're doing that.
Yeah. Additionally, when you're creating an event, you describe what the age group is. And like that warning says, if you see somebody that you think is outside that age group, it gives them like options that they can do. Be safe. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Now we'd like to welcome Team 8 from Carmel High School, Epip.
And I'm Adi Naren, and we are Team Epipatch. To start off, I have a question for the audience. Do you personally, or anyone you know, whether it be friends or family, suffer from a severe specific allergy? This could be tree nut allergies, peanut, bee sting allergies. See quite a few hands. According to the CDC, that brings me to my next point. According to the CDC, 1 in 16 people suffer from a severe specific allergy.
There we go.
Guys, restart or start there. Okay. Sounds good. Do you wanna okay, good. Restart.
All right, I'm Max Buckingham.
And I'm Adi Naren, and we are Team Epipatch. And I already said that question before, which brings me to my first point. According to the CDC, 1 in 16 people suffer from a severe specific allergy, and furthermore, nearly 50% of those people don't carry epinephrine with them. Which brings me to the next statistic: 500 to 1,000 deaths per year occur due to this. Well, what's currently out there to already combat this? Obviously, with 95% of the market share in the epinephrine industry is the EpiPen, which is the injectable form of epinephrine through the stick that users can inject themselves when they feel an allergic reaction come on set or anaphylaxis. Additionally, there's also the AviQ, which is an EpiPen but with voice command, which teaches the user how to use the EpiPen. And lastly, we have the cheaper alternative to the EpiPen, which is like the EpiPen, the Adrenoclick. Next, I'm going to hand it off to Max to tell us more about who we are.
All right, so let's start this off with a quick little hypothetical example patient. For the sake of this, let's name them Susie. Now, Susie wants to go to a sleepover at her best friend's house. However, Susie is deathly allergic to eggs. And because of this, Susie's mom is extremely apprehensive about her going to the sleepover. And this is because Susie is young and might not know which foods she can or can't eat, as well as how to administer epinephrine correctly. Additionally, Susie's parents don't know Susie's friend's parents super well, and therefore isn't sure if they will be able to give Susie food that she can eat, as well as administer epinephrine should the worst case happen. So this worry is what we based our idea off of. We took this apprehension both from parents and individuals who suffer from these food allergies and came up with the idea of the EpiPatch. Now, for a quick little background information, this is a mast cell. When a human body goes under anaphylaxis, these mast cells produce a bunch of different chemicals and enzymes. The one we specifically focus on is mast cell tryptase, and our device monitors this mast cell tryptase levels in the blood. When it detects a certain percent increase in mast cell tryptase, it automatically administers epinephrine into the bloodstream, combating symptoms potentially before they even present themselves. And additionally to that, the device upon activation sends a distress beacon to first responders, notifying them about the anaphylactic attack in progress. So how exactly does this work? Our device works functionally in detection similar to a continuous glucose monitor, utilizing a cannula to continuously monitor the blood to pick up these spikes in MTC or MCT that are brought on by anaphylactic attacks.
Now, what are the advantages of the EpiPatch when compared to the EpiPen? Well, our team created a table to explain just that. With the EpiPen, it is self-automated and has a distress beacon. In addition to that, it has a reduced time of injection and is refillable. Now, let me elaborate on the refillable portion of that. With the standard EpiPen, if it is injected and used, the user would have to replace the EpiPen and replace it entirely, and it would cost them around $650 to $700. With the EpiPatch, however, it would only cost them $40, as we have made a refillable cartridge and needle for them to buy. Now, what is our unfair advantage? Well, that, of course, is peace of mind. So, with peace of mind, parents of children with severe food allergies and individuals with severe food allergies will not have to worry about carrying their EpiPen around with them anymore. In addition to that, they will not need to worry about knowing how to properly administer the EpiPen. Now, what traction has our product garnered? So, we gathered a statement from a pharmacy technician, and we conducted the survey. The pharmacy technician stated that our product has great potential and at putting them at ease. In the survey conducted, all 25% participants stated that they would buy the product if it was out in the market. And a specific example was by AJ He, and he said that if this would make life a lot easier. Now, what is our target market? Specifically, it is individuals with specific allergies and parents of children with specific allergies.
So next we wanted to look at our budget breakdown. We focused on 5 main things, with the first one being the actual epinephrine. With current market prices, we plan for this to be around $8 in our production cost. Next, we wanted to look at the actual price of the reservoir. We think this would run us around $10. Then for the majority of the cost, $140 for the labor. Next, $30 to $40 for the actual pieces to make the product. And lastly, where the magic happens, the tryptase detection sensor, which runs us about $300 for our total product cost. Well, we want to dive deeper into the product costs. The EpiPatch costs $480 for just a one-time buy versus the EpiPen where you have to keep buying since it's only a single-time use. We offer $40 a refillable cartridge for the epinephrine to combat this. Next, we wanted to look at the gross profit margin. And to do this, we took the revenue minus the cost of goods sold over the cost of goods sold, and we found that we would get a 60% return on each unit, for roughly $180. Lastly, we wanted to look at the total addressable market, see what is the potential maximum revenue that EpiPatch could bring in. And to do this, we multiplied the total market by the price of the EpiPatch. And to do this, we took the number of EpiPen prescriptions there currently are in the US, which is 1.9 million, multiplied this by the $480 product cost, and we see the ceiling for our product is $910 million. Lastly, for the future direction with the $1,000 we would get, we would look to build an initial prototype, something that's functional and we could try to run tests on. And to do this, we...
Thank you, guys. Phenomenal idea for what could be a great solution to a problem that a lot of people struggle with. You mentioned, EpiPens, you use it once, you have to replace it. And this seems like you're suggesting that you could just put this on and forget about it. But I'm pretty sure constant glucose monitoring, you have to put those patches in different places. You can't wear them all the time, right? Anything you put on your skin has to be moved at some point. What's the difference there in terms of, like, when I move it, do I have to replace certain components, or what's factored into that when it comes to costs and things like that?
As far as moving the actual product, you would have to move it to different areas around the outer thighs, as that is the safest part of the body to inject epinephrine into. And the actual adhesive, it would stick on about the same as, and if you took an insulin pump, it would be roughly the same as that. You would have to move it around, obviously, to keep the skin safe, and then when you move it around, you wouldn't have to replace anything. The only time you would have to replace the cartridge is after activation.
Guys, it looks like you're really attacking the problem well. Okay, so my question is, what about false positives? What's the possibility for that, and what happens if that occurs?
That all goes into the calibration of the tryptase sensor, which when we start working towards our prototype, it will be some of the fine-tuning that we'll work towards, but we plan on heavily focusing on the top safety of our wearers, and we want to make sure that the detection itself is as sound as possible.
All right, I have as a person with a severe allergy, I have thousands of questions here. But since you mentioned the insulin pump, how many injections are available in each one of your cartridges? Is this a single? For me, I've had to use an EpiPen twice because I had that severe of a reaction. So how much would be included in an individual cartridge?
In an individual cartridge, the amount in the reservoir would be the same as in any of the other injectable devices like the EpiPen AviQ, which is 0.3 milliliters of epinephrine. It would be a one-time injection, and after injection, you would need to replace the cartridge and needle, which is what we are charging $40 for. And once that happens, then you're good to go for the next time, and the only other time you'd need to swap out the part is when the epinephrine expires.
Okay, so it would be a single injectable for that.
Who's got the severe allergy that is tired of using the EpiPen?
Me personally, I do not have any specific severe allergies, but my cousin, who I am extremely close with, is just about allergic to every food under the sun.
particularly tree nuts and eggs like Susie in our example, but he and his mom is super worried about him bringing his EpiPen wherever he goes because he's exceptionally bad at making sure he has it on him. So this is kind of where the idea stemmed from. He was one of the people we surveyed. He was the one who gave the quote. And through talking with him and others who have these specific allergies, we came up with this idea.
And to build off of that, one of the things we really highlight is to get rid of the human error involved in bringing the EpiPen or even having time to inject yourself or even cutting yourself. There's been people who, we looked online, they sometimes cut themselves to go across with the EpiPen. So the EpiPatch aims to kind of reduce those errors.
I'll ask just a maybe final question here. Talk to me about technology readiness level. Like, is this something that's going to take years to develop in order for it to be safe and usable? Is this just a concept that has had some trials initially? And then I would also emphasize the importance of the wearing portion of the patch. Weight, size, humidity, skin texture, all of these things could play a big part in that technology being effective. Can you talk to me about where it is in that spectrum?
Yeah, so currently we are kind of imaging off what a continuous glucose monitor would look like, but obviously to roll out any medical device, you need to go through FDA approvals, and that may take, who knows how long that may take, years. You may need to go through multiple trials. So really the time frame for how long this could be is kind of varies, but in terms of wearing, I think Max will go over how the actual wearability will work.
Yeah, like I said before, the wearability, you'll need to move it around based on how long you've had it on. For certain activities, you might want to remove it. And then as far as you said, for size and things, we were working towards a injection method with a retractable needle inside, because in order for the epinephrine to be injected at a safe position in the body, the needle needs to be 5/8 of an inch long. So in order to hide that within a patch on your outer thigh, it would need to be more concise, and that is what we are working towards.
Great idea. Thank you.
All right, and now introducing Team 9 from University High School, the Clearwater Cup.
Okay. In 2015, it was measured that over 800 million children, or 1/3 of the world's child population, has suffered from increased lead exposure. And this has caused them to lose over 800 million IQ points. So my name is Alessandro Salerno, and I'm here today to talk about my invention, the Clearwater Cup. So the Clearwater Cup uses two methods, chemical and physical filtration methods, using activated charcoal and UV lights to sterilize the water. So because families are faced with this problem of lead and viruses being put in their water, they are forced to buy bottled water or invest in super expensive home filtration systems. So in the United States, 61% of people in the US were surveyed, and they drank tap water outside of their homes. Or in their homes or outside of their homes. And so this allows for contaminants such as lead and pathogens like E. coli to get in the water that goes through the local water filtration systems. And so even after it's filtered out, lead can still get in because there are corroded pipes and viruses can seep in from the outside. So children and pregnant mothers are affected by this the most. The children absorb up to 40 or 50% of an oral dose of lead in water. And so over half of the children in the United States from under the age of 6 have detectable levels of lead in their blood, which is not good. So my cup filters out lead and sterilizes water straight from the tap. It's cost effective, easy to use, it's child friendly, and it's reusable. And it's also self-cleaning. Filters out lead and waterborne pathogens using UV light at a wavelength of 254 nanometers, and uses microfiltration methods like 0.5 micron pores and activated charcoal. So this promotes improved health outcomes for children in the U.S. So here, in my cup, if you open it up, at the bottom there's an array of beads, and those beads are supposed to represent the UV lights. And after around 2 minutes, when you turn them on, they will shine and kill almost all pathogens in the water in around 2 minutes. So then the water is safe to drink. So there are 0.5 micron pores in the straw, and the straw also contains activated charcoal, and so this neutralizes and just stops any lead from getting out of the straw. And so you can drink clean water. So I'm currently only in the discovery phase of this long endeavor. So I went to CEO of Glassboard Product Development, Grant Chapman, and we discussed this, and we came up with a business design. So our estimated manufacturing price for the bottle will be around $10, and we plan to sell this to retailers, wholesale, and directly to the consumer. So my cup is the clear choice. Why? It is easy to use, kid-friendly, it's portable, it's cost-effective, it's relatively cheap, it filters lead, and it sterilizes the water. No other reusable water filtration bottle actually does all 4 of these things. And even if it filters out lead and UV and pathogens, they are all very expensive. So it's also the parents' choice. Out of 42 parents that I surveyed in November of 2023, 86% of them actually said that they would like a cup that would filter out heavy metals and sterilize the water. Oop. So it's going to democratize the filtered reusable water bottle market. It lies in the consumer base and channels and uses cost-effective materials. It fills the unmet medical need in U.S. children who are flagged by their health provider for increased serum lead levels. So parents want to do what's best for their families, and affordability is the most important part of this entire project. Okay, thank you. 8 to 24-year-olds carry a lot of spending power, $211 billion, and currently the market for reusable water bottles is estimated to go to $1.48 billion US by 2025. So my cup will address the user needs of an unmet market. It will democratize that market to offer this product to low-income children in need. Clean water for all kids, no matter their socioeconomic background. That is the most important thing. Anyone can have this. Kids need clean water now. So thank you.
I'm sorry if you stated it, but what's your margin? What's the cost versus selling?
Okay. I have very much prepared for this. So if we just go, if it'll, yeah, I do have it in my brain. So basically, it's going to cost, I think it was, I have it. It's right here. Okay. So it costs $15,000 to manufacture 10,000 bottles, $15 to make, and $25 to sell. Our goal is to sell 50,000 bottles a year. And so we're got this from historical data. Lark sold 75,000 per year. So we're planning on making a profit of around $500,000 per year. So that's a 66.7% return on investment.
Great job on a prototype. I always like to be able to kind of see and envision what the future looks like. Touching on the cost, talk to me about the UV piece of this. Like, are you putting a battery in the bottom of it, and then you're adding, anytime you have water around things, they get stuck in the dishwasher, on accident?
So
can you describe that technology a little bit for me?
Well, to address the last part, dishwashers aren't really necessary because it's easy to clean. It's self-cleaning and stuff. But yeah. So for the first part of your question, UV technology is not very expensive when you use a tiny amount of the lights. So basically there's going to be an unscrewable cap, which I thought of it much too late for me to actually put it into the prototype, because 3D design is very tedious. So there's going to be a screwable cap in the bottom that's going to hold the UV lights and the battery. And so there's also going to be a circuit in the top of the cap. So when you close it, it's going to activate the UV lights so you don't burn your retinas out, because we don't want that.
Yeah, that'd be a problem. Yeah.
We do not want that.
Yeah, thanks for that safety feature. So, question I have for you. So, as someone who teaches social entrepreneurship, I really appreciate the thing that you're trying to tackle here. This is really important. One of the things I teach my students is if you're trying to market to everyone, you're not for anyone, because you have to have a very defined person you're trying to target. While I think everybody does deserve clean water, you mentioned the people that you're kind of going for are people who don't have access to clean water. So how would you market a product with a little bit of a higher selling point to an individual who may be from a social economic status where they don't have access to clean water?
So I'm also planning on giving away water bottles, like distributing them to pediatric offices, because they measure the lead in children through blood tests and things like that. I actually have a slide. Believe it or not, I have way too many slides. Right here. So pediatricians actually have multiple risk assessments of children at 6 months, 9 months, a year, 18 months, 2 years, 3, 4, 5, and 6 years of age, because that is when children are most susceptible to increased lead levels. It's where the most damage is done. So yeah, if they are flagged by their health provider for having those lead levels, those increased lead levels of around 3.5, we can actually sell those water bottles to the pediatric offices in bulk for a reduced price, and they can then give out those water bottles to the children. And it's not only for those kids. It can also be used for outdoor activities, like sort of like how the Life Straw did it, where you could go in the creek and just drink the water from there. It's also able to do that at a much lower price of $25. So it can you can filter it out in like a creek. So if you want to go camping, it's very nice. If you have like a family of 4 and you want to go camping, have a fun time, it's only $100 out of your wallet.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now for our last team of the day, Insight Up from Carmel High School.
Sure. Thank you. Okay, super. Thank you.
Hello?
Is it? Okay, perfect. Great.
Hey everyone, I'm Kent.
I'm Grace.
I'm Siri.
And I know this is the last presentation of the day, but I know you're tired and hungry, but does anyone here have TikTok or any other social media?
And don't worry, judges, LinkedIn counts. There you go.
Well, anyways, currently there are several real doctors online who have millions of followers, and they create content centered around health-related facts, diet choices, and more.
There are millions of people online right now who want to learn more about their health. And if people are turning to social media to learn information on how they can improve their health, pre-existing solutions must be lacking something.
These videos reach millions of views, and although these doctors are trying to provide helpful information, sometimes it's difficult to determine whether it's credible or not. Done by the University of Arizona College of Medicine, 40% of the TikToks they analyzed.
And in order to combat this, we were looking at these patients, and here is Anne, for example.
Yeah, so for example, here's Anne. She is a 43-year-old female, and she has a family history of heart disease. She recently received her blood test results back, and like millions of other people, she's tried using sites such as Google, social media, and internet services to help her better understand her lab results. However, nothing out there is specific enough to her personal situation, and nothing really seems to stick with her.
And why is that? Well, when looking at health information online, there are a few caveats. First, none of the information that Anne finds online may be personalized directly to her own health. And also, any of the information she does find online may not be fully credible, just like what Siri said in terms of medical misinformation.
And as you can see from Anne's scenario, it takes time and it's difficult to find stuff that's personalized to her in order to improve her health. And Anne is not alone. As according to Pfizer, 293 million of Americans right now are struggling with their health literacy.
Overall, low health literacy makes it difficult for patients to understand their own health data. And when patients can't even understand their own lab results, they're less motivated to become healthier, resulting in increased expenses for health insurance companies, employers, and patients themselves.
This is why we created InsideUp, an app that will introduce patients with interpretive and personalized health care.
And in order to improve one's health literacy, we created a feed that's personalized just for them. And they will have personalized peer-reviewed articles that they can click on in order to guide them to have better health outcomes.
So to address the problem of patients not being able to understand their lab results, InsideUp will allow patients to import health data from pre-existing accounts such as LabCorp, Quest Diagnostics, and MyChart. After patients import this data, our InsideUp app will utilize artificial intelligence to generate visually interpretive graphs that are super easy for these patients to understand. And then after...
To the same problem, we created personalized tests and quizzes to make sure that patients are empowered to take change in their health and understand their lab test results. Users will be given incentives such as discounts on their health insurance premiums or priority to doctor appointments in order to help better their health.
Unlike our competitors, InsideUp is accessible and efficient. And as you can see, we will be embracing artificial intelligence in order to make visually appealing graphs that are personalized to them and personalized peer-reviewed articles within it. And as well, we'll be reinventing how patients look at their blood test results and their lab.
So we even met with a nurse practitioner, Jennifer Harpin, from Community Health Network. And at Community Health Network, they use MyChart as an online EHR and to manage patient systems. She said that MyChart is really difficult, the interface is confusing, and what we're doing is super innovative and would be super helpful for people in healthcare today.
We conducted a research study that surveyed 100 adults, and we compared Athena Health's patient profile or portal to InsideUp's patient portal. And with our chi-square analysis, we found that there's a statistically significant difference in the effectiveness of our InsideUp patient portal over Athena Health's patient portal.
InsideUp has a transparent cost breakdown, as our fixed costs include our MVP development and website creation to about $12,000 yearly, and then our variable costs with our maintenance, employee salaries, and marketing to about $34,000 yearly, which totals to about $46,000 yearly for our app.
InsideUp operates off of a business-to-business subscription model. So when calculating our fixed yearly prices for our clients, we take into account their patient volumes. We've classified small clinics as those who serve 2,500 patients per year or less, and larger health networks as those who serve 10,000 patients per year or more.
In 2024, we plan to start small by partnering with local small clinics and we project a revenue of $12,000. And in 2025, we plan to partner with more health networks and bring in $284,000. And then in 2026, a revenue of $545,000.
And in 2025, we will have a profit of $239,000, and we will break even at 6,700 patients in the beginning of January 2025, as it can guarantee us with a return on investment.
In the upcoming months, in mid-July, we plan to secure partnerships with these smaller functional clinics, so that way we can launch at the end of August 2024.
We met with several key industry players, and that, thank you.
I'm a slightly different generation than you all, and so I'm pretty good with the smartphone, but I'm a little bit anxious about how am I going to get this information? Is this something my doctor's going to help me download? How does that work?
So as of now, if you were a patient at Community Health Network, when you went to Community Health Network, or if you went there for an appointment, your physician would counsel you on how to access MyChart, and you can gain access to MyChart when you leave. But we recognize that some people might not want to use our application online, and they're not comfortable with that. And so therefore, in the future, we're planning on also having applications that are not online. So printouts that people can leave their care facility with, to also inform them, and just like give them more of a holistic report on what's going on, and also links they can access online to further their experience.
So, as a healthcare provider and as a patient, HIPAA compliance is something that I'm sure you had to have thought about in this. How are you keeping the security of the individual's information?
Do you want to talk about?
Yeah. So we met with the founder of Zap EHR. It's an electrical health record company, and they will help us in terms of our API system and making sure that all the information from LabCorp, MyChart, and all those other health records systems are secure, and make sure that we only use the lab test results, like the lipid profiles from those parts, that not every single piece of information is taken from these patients. So we'll make sure that it's HIPAA compliant, and that we'll use Zap EHR for that.
And then a follow-up to that, since you're using AI, are you intending to use a closed-loop AI system for this so that people's protected information is not part of machine learning?
Yes, yeah, for sure. So we've really looked at training an AI model. We looked into brev.dev. They are a model or AI model training company, and they can help us with all of that and making sure that it's a closed loop, so that it complies with HIPAA. It is HIPAA compliant. Yeah.
And the main application of artificial intelligence in our app comes with personalizing each customer's or each user's experience. So we're not going to be using their data at all to further, that language model that's going on with artificial intelligence. It's really just to cater to them and their experience as well with that. Thank you.
All right, well, how about another round of applause for all the student teams today? Fantastic. I'm Kevin Shamel. I'm the Director of Programming here at the STARTedUP Foundation. So I've had the privilege of just spending a little bit of time with these teams, albeit virtually, over the last 6 weeks to get them prepared. So it's just been a thrill to see them grow. I know their teachers are proud, I know their parents are proud, and we're proud to play a small part in their journey. So this is going to happen now. We're going to break. Let's take an hour. Let's try to get back here at 1 o'clock or maybe a little bit before. We'll do our awards and final remarks. As far as lunch goes, judges, you will go with Hunter. He'll take you to the Deliberation room. We have some box lunches to choose from. So there's some vegetarian and vegan options, I believe. So he'll get you squared away there. They're going to do the really difficult work of picking the winner. I do not envy them at all. Students, if you could hold back, we're going to go ahead and get some group shots, and then we'll dismiss to lunch. So student participants will go over to the same conference room. There's some box lunches in there. You can stay in there. You can eat outside. I think it was a beautiful day last time I checked. Also, through the double doors down the hall over here is the rail yard. There's some cool seating over there to check out kind of the co-working space. So just hang out. We'll be back at a little before 1 o'clock. Parents and other guests, there are a number of restaurants within, a mile's drive of here for pretty much any preference that you might have. So if we could just get back here a little before 1 o'clock, we will wrap it up. Thank you.
None of them are in Indiana. So our son.
We're back live. Hello in the live stream.
We have one in San Diego.
All right, the moment you've been waiting for. Hope you enjoyed your lunch. Fun adventure with the vegetarian sandwiches. Thank you for pointing that out in the mix-up. We got that. Hope you guys are all back and ready. Yeah, I wanted to, again, thank Purdue Innovates for hosting this amazing event. I've been talking to some of the judges, and, man, this event, it's just incredible. And I will also want to make sure that you guys know. That this is such a difficult region to win. That I just wanted to announce before we announce who the winner is. That this is one of those regions that we have 4 at-large bids. So I'll just lay that there. While we still have another 4 more to go, there is a high likelihood that that some other winners are going to come out of this region. So that all being said, I want to make sure we got that across. Judges, if you guys are willing to say a few words, either you can do it from there or come up here. Which one? Other one? Okay.
All right. First things first, man. This was probably one of the toughest decisions I've had to make in a long time. So just want to let you all know, like, I'm incredibly proud of the work that you guys have done here and of the things that are coming forward. And I 100% encourage you all to keep pursuing these things that you're passionate about. That passion is exactly what we need to solve problems. And the fact that you guys are thinking innovatively at this point, the sky's the limit.
So there's one winner, but a lot of your businesses and ideas are investable. So just understand that. And so even though one may come out as the winner and maybe you'll get an at-large bid as well, you should really stay in contact with the panel. I'm selfishly going to say, grab my card, contact me. We deploy capital, and a lot of your ideas are something that's investable. Would love to provide some level of mentorship. We do a week-long boot camp out at in Silicon Valley at Plug and Play. Might be something that some of you may want to tap into down the road. And then, part of the vision with Plug and Play Indiana is making sure all of your great ideas stay in the state of Indiana, that you have a bridge to the valley, that you don't have to go out there to get the venture capital, to get the mentorship. I would have never been able to do what you guys did today whether it's high school or even like tomorrow, I wouldn't step up here to do this. So hats off, round of applause to all of you. Just take. And Anne Marie said it best behind the scenes. She's like, this gives me a lot of hope for the future because you guys are so smart, working so hard, thinking really, really big and bold, and that's what's needed for kind of the future of what we're going to have. So stay off TikTok, get on LinkedIn, and thank you guys.
Well said. So I want to build on the career opportunity kind of information you've just heard about here. So I'm of a generation that grew up and said, you go off to college, you get a good job, maybe you'll work for one or two companies. And I did that. And maybe some of you will do that and have great careers. But now you're also exposed to the idea of entrepreneurship and kind of cutting your own path through life. And so you've got a really good perspective to see both kinds of angles. Congratulations.
It's hard to add to that. Makes me really proud to be from Indiana. The talent in this room is absolutely incredible. I hope you take this opportunity to realize you can't always do it by yourself, however. It takes a network. I think you've got some really great mentors. The foundation here is a really great resource that you should tap into. And then we were having a conversation. Some of you should talk to each other, like the straw team should get in touch with the cup team, and the MRI team should talk to the Epipatch team. There's lots of themes, and there's lots of good ways to which your network will help you grow and succeed. And even if you don't win today, I think this is a learning experience that you can apply to future initiatives, whether in business or your personal life. So I encourage you to stay after it. The fact that you're in these four walls doing this will tell me that you're already finding a winning formula. So stay after it. Thanks so much, and congratulations. Good job, everyone.
Craig and John. Craig and John, can you come here and say a few words as well? Wanted to also make sure our teacher fellows point out some insights and also some advice. And as they approach, I again want to just reemphasize, it's these teacher fellows that are building this as a part of their school year, and there's a reason why they get so much community involvement, find so many mentors, and get so much feedback for the students before they even make to the pitch competition. John.
First off, you guys did an amazing job. I think one of the cool things about being a fellow is you get to work really close with your students, but then you get to know students from other high schools too. So you guys all did an amazing job. I learned a ton from you. One of the cool things, there's two things I love being a fellow. The first one is I came into this career from the corporate world and owning a couple of businesses and not really knowing anything about teaching. So the fellowship has helped with that drastically. I mean, I know kind of what you guys are looking at. Another thing is getting to network with other teachers from around the state and learning what their strong suits are, what works in their classrooms and what doesn't, and then getting to kind of share my feedback with them. So bouncing ideas off each other, networking, just growing as a teacher.
I would echo many of those same sentiments. Anytime I hear about Westfield High School and what they're doing with their Chamber of Commerce, it challenges me to be a better teacher of how can we do something similar. To hear what Andy Wilkins is doing with engineering or at Noblesville, just it gets you out of your silo of your school and out of the silo of your department and helps you start to think, how can we do better? Problems are opportunities, and trying to solve problems of teachers who are isolated and trying to think about how to do things better. I came from a background of teaching AP biology and honors biology, and at the end of the years, my students would always do well on the tests, but it always felt a little empty. And to have students have an opportunity to work on projects that have a meaningful impact in the real world, that serve them well as they head out to Purdue or wherever else they go to, and just had a conversation with somebody this morning. It was one of our alumni. I said, what are you doing this summer? And she said, I got this research opportunity. I said, well, tell me about that. She said, I sat down with this lady. She is a researcher, but she also she owns her own business. And based on seeing Innovate WithIN and my state finalist thing on my resume, she said, you're the one. You're the kind of mindset we want. And so I love this whole experience for students to serve it as stepping stones to future things, and to hear back from those students on what they're doing all the time is very energizing for me as a teacher. And teaching can get stale sometimes when you're doing the same content, but interacting with other fellows and finding pathways for the students keeps it energizing.
I love hearing that. Yeah, thank you both. Listening to what's like how teachers communicating with other teachers, other local leaders, students getting discovered. We're joking around that we're trying to turn this into like an American Idol like stage of innovation and entrepreneurship. That you guys on some of the projects you're working, whether you go on or not, this being your first stepping stone to getting to meet these kind of mentors is just I can't be happier. All right, this is again where I embellish. I hate and love announcing a winner. Like I have anxiety. I don't know who it is. I need to look who it is. Because it's not truly about winning. If you do win, we're happy, we're proud of you. If you don't, again, stand by. You still have a chance of being a finalist. But it's just exactly what our two teachers said. It's this journey that you are now a part of. And I mean this sincerely. And if we don't follow through, please take us to task. If you have made it to the regional level, you are an alumni. We are growing a crazy, crazy network of people and introductions. And successful people see themselves in you. You're rare. There's a lot of us that watch things on social media and see problems and complain about it. You guys have gotten here and made a solution. That is so rare. But as alumni, we want to point a camera at you and say, you see what this young lady is doing? You see what this young man is doing? Because people your age need to be inspired by people your age, not me. They need to see what you're doing is relevant and possible, not me. So as an alumni, it is our job, it's our honor, it is our job to say, hey, look what she's doing, look what he's doing. By the way, if you want some of these introductions, I know some people. By the way, you want to know this young guy, you want to know this young girl, get in line because they're doing something. And then lastly, hey man, the state of Indiana is proud of you. Like this all started by the IDC going, how do we retain her? I taught for so many years and I was sick and tired of my students going to Austin and Boston and San Francisco. Now, we're taking a second look and going, oh my gosh. So I will shut up now, but the immense gratitude and the immense amount of pride I have for all of the teams is, I can't emphasize it enough. So I think it's with anticipation and joy that I'm going to make the announcement. Doug Applegate, you're going to come up here and also hand it as well. Who is it? Oh, boy. All right. First place and moving on to the regional round is Team ShelfSafe. Hold that up. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Thank you guys so much. If you're really hungry, we still have some sandwiches left over. Or if you also want to stay back, get some feedback, talk to us, let us know how we can help you guys further. We'll stick around.